Hello, everyone. Welcome on in. It is How You're Feeling Neighborhood Marias. And so we're going to be doing some hi, Kiacha, doing some chatting and talking about some politics, some of the things going on. We've got some wild blue lights going on here. I realized that my curtains were still pulled back from when I got up earlier, so hang on. And this blue is really kind of blowing everything out, so I'm going to find a different color to play with here. That's a little better. And I'll have my little blue light down here, which blows out the camera just a little bit. Welcome on in. Hi, Wicked Wench. I know who you are. Hi. Yes, so yeah, on the curtain behind me. Also, that's Marshmallow, by the way, who is hanging out with us while we're chatting. Yeah, I moved everything after stream to kind of open the area back up some. And of course, my genius self forgot to put them all back down. Yeah. So, all right. Not a whole lot, of course, going on since our last stream just wrapped up. Just stopped to have dinner and everything and kind of relax for a few minutes. But I thought maybe having a steady light instead of lights that were constantly changing color would be a little easier on the whole thing. But yeah, so I want to talk about a few things here, obviously, and we're going to start with a couple of specific things right off the bat. But this is going to be kind of non-planned a little bit. But there were a couple of specific things I wanted to actually talk about, and then we'll kind of like open up the floor a little bit if there are other questions, comments, or whatever. But one of the things that a lot of us have been talking about in the trans community is that it's becoming more and more dangerous for us to just be, and it's really kind of upsetting and very frustrating. All right. So obviously, the first thing I want to kind of touch on here is Trump's indictment, because a lot of people are saying a lot of things that need to be said, which is great. Like, so he's been indicted by the New York grand jury, and he's the first former or sitting president to ever be formally indicted on charges, criminal charges. But yeah, so the Manhattan District Attorney Office has been investigating in conjunction with hush money payments and everything specifically dealing with Stormy Daniels. Because that's been the big thing that they've been pushing on. But yeah, more than 30 counts of business fraud. And he's going to be arraigned on Tuesday in Manhattan Criminal Court. So list of charges that are potentially at play are what's interesting. According to the court filings, when Trump's organization did reimbursements to Cohen. So according to the court filings, hi DMQ, welcome on in. Cohen was facing criminal charges. Trump Organization executives authorized payments totaling about $420,000 to cover his original $130,000 payment and tax liabilities and reward him with a bonus. Company noted the reimbursements as legal expense in its internal books. Fraud. Trump has denied knowledge of the payment. Hush money payments aren't illegal. Ahead of the indictment, prosecutors were weighing whether to charge Trump with falsifying the business records of the Trump Organization or how it reflected the reimbursement of the payment to Cohen, who said he advanced the money to Stormy Daniels. Falsifying business records is a misdemeanor. Prosecutors are also weighing whether or not to charge Trump with falsifying business records in the first degree for allegedly falsifying a record with the intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal another crime. That's considered a Class E felony and carries a sentence of a minimum of 1 year and as much as 4 years in prison. To prove the case, they would need to show Trump intended to commit crime. Now, here's the deal: if they're able to actually get convicted of both, somebody brought up a really valuable point here is that when you are, I'm sorry for when you scoot to be a little outside of the text here. So you can't vote if you've had a felony. More and more people are bringing up that if you can't vote because you have a felony on your record, you should be able to run for any government office if you have a felony on your record. And if they push that point and they actually are able to push it far enough, that would actually disqualify him for running for office again. So it's one of those things where we're sitting here where like history's being made, and not in a terribly bad way this time around. They've actually been pursuing all of this to try and figure out what all of, just like the whole thing with the tax documents and the whole thing where until near the end of his term they couldn't, whatever. But yeah, but that's the point that we're getting at. Is like, if you can't vote, why should you be allowed to hold an office? I think that's more than a valid point to bring up. Now, that's one of the main things I want to kind of just like bring up in case anybody missed out on that or hasn't been following the news. The other thing is I'm going to be very specific because Kitchen I used to live in Tennessee. In the late hours of Friday night, federal judge for the state of Tennessee, Judge Parker, actually put a halt on the Tennessee drag ban bill, stopping it from going into effect today, which is what it would have done. And the way he worded it, he cited, I'm going to quote this to you real quick from what he said in his statements about it. I'm going to kind of read a little bit of this in all of this. So it says, a federal judge in Tennessee on Friday temporarily halted the state's new law that criminalizes some drag performances hours before it was set to take effect. Judge Thomas Parker cited constitutional protections of freedom of speech in issuing the temporary restraining order. If Tennessee wishes to exercise its police power in restricting speech it considers obscene, it must do so within the constraints and framework of the United States Constitution. If the court finds that, as it stands, the record here suggests that when the legislature passed this statute, it missed the mark. The first of its kind law bans adult cabaret entertainment on public property, or in locations where it could be viewed by a minor. Of course, the law we refer to as the drag ban. Friends of George Incorporated, which is an LGBTQ theater group based in Memphis, sued over the law and has called it unconstitutional. And its next show begins on performances on April 14th. This is a quote from them. It says, this law threatens to force a theater troupe into a nightclub because Tennessee legislators believe they have the right to make their own opinions about drag into law. Plaintiff's other option is to proceed as planned, knowing that the Friends of George's drag performers could face criminal, even felony charges. So think about this. The whole idea of punishing drag performers with felonies stops them from being able to vote to enact change, too. So one thing bleeding into another here as far as the crossover. Under the law, the first offense would be a misdemeanor and the second would be a felony. But apparently it's so vaguely written. It's just like, okay, but here's what they stated, what the lawyer stated along with the complaint from the plaintiff. It says, thus the prohibited speech is defined by the identity of the drag performer and the message he conveys. The lawyers who wrote this adding that it violates the First Amendment, which is your freedom of expression. The supporters say the law safeguards children against exposure to inappropriate entertainment. One of the Republican lead sponsors, Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson, said that when it passed, that the measure gives confidence to parents that they can take their kids to a public or private show and will not be blindsided by a sexualized performance. It's like, hang on. Drag performances aren't always inherently sexual. Not that I'm a huge fan of RuPaul, but if you ever watch Drag Race, sometimes, yeah, it leans that way, but a lot of times you got a lot of other things going on, whether it be like, lip syncing to songs and dancing on a stage. It's like they're not always cabaret style shows. So it's like, But that's the more specific one that I wanted to bring up because I saw that and I was just like, okay, that's awesome. Now, in more general, if you see me looking over here, it's because I'm bringing up other things that are relevant to this. So Tennessee is the first one to explicitly do this. But other states, Arizona, here where I live, Kentucky, Oklahoma, and others, language across the bills is similar to the Tennessee bill, which prohibits adult cabaret performances in public places where minors can watch. In Tennessee's bill, adult cabaret is defined as adult-oriented performances that include male or female impersonators. While the law does not make all drag shows illegal, across Tennessee, advocates still worry of the broader effects of the bill across the queer community. We're concerned that the government officials could easily abuse this law to censor people based on their own subjective viewpoints of what they deem appropriate, chilling protected free speech and sending a message to LGBTQ Tennesseans that they are not welcome in our state. And that's from the ACLU in Tennessee. And they're not wrong with that statement. It's like, if it's vaguely worded enough, you can twist a law to fit your narrative. And it's like, Of course, this all comes after Governor Bill Lee, who's the current governor of Tennessee. He signed this after a bunch of criticism that came up when they found pictures of him in 1977 dressed in drag. Of course, meanwhile, the high school that the picture had with it said that it appeared to be Billy in the picture. There was no name associated with it. I'm like, then what? Okay, hold up. I know how fucking yearbooks are formatted, even going back to the 70s. And typically, when you have a picture, there's always a notation of who's in the picture. If it's not under the picture, it's usually right next to the picture. So I think the school's trying to cover the governor's ass a little. And here's the quote from the spokesperson from the governor. He says that the bill specifically protects children from obscene, sexualized entertainment. The same kind of shit they can find on TV, by the way. You know, with cisgender people, that's okay. That's okay. Any attempt to conflate the serious issue of the lighthearted school traditions is dishonest, blah, blah, blah. It's like, hold the fucking phone. First of all, I know drag performers. I've met more than my fair share, and I'm friends with several. And it's like, most of the time, they're some of the kindest and most lighthearted people you'll ever meet. Now, they can be catty with each other, especially when they're doing shows, if it's more competitive for like a prize or something. But typically, they're incredibly nice. They do a lot of amazing work in the communities, like the whole the drag story time with kids and stuff like that. That's not adult entertainment. That's not an adult show. It's not explicit content, but that's part of the things that they're trying to argue about. I'm going to slow myself down. I'm talking really, really fast. But yeah, most of us that fall under the I still love calling it either the Rainbow Mafia or the Alphabet Mafia. Those are my two favorite terms for the LGBTQ community. The advance of the ban, a lot of this has come in the wake of the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And it's basically this structured, systemic breakdown where more and more things that we're trying to do to just be considered people are being cut down because we're different. So here's a little quote. It says, we saw a lot of states, including Oklahoma, advance these full bans on abortion access. We had these extremist legislatures to accomplish their legislative agendas. This is the executive director of Freedom of Oklahoma, an organization that advocates for queer communities across the state. Unfortunately, this is the next social battle for many of those folks. So they cut down one thing and they move into something else. Now we're going to get into state by state for a minute. Let's start with where I'm at, Arizona. Arizona's drag ban would characterize drag shows as part of adult-oriented performances, just by being a thing. So any drag performance, regardless of setting, content, or intent, is automatically considered adult-oriented. So no more drag reading to kids because suddenly that's now an adult-oriented event. Artists that perform in front of children under 15 would be subject to at least 10 years in prison and forced to register as sex offenders. And the big question you want to ask is, well, how do they define a drag performer in this bill? Is it simply someone who dresses and presents as the opposing gender? Or gender ambiguous? So suddenly, just being trans in public might be a crime. Yeah. Now, people who allow minors to view drag shows or even enter a location where one is happening would also be punished under the law. Senator Justine Wadsack said that her state's anti-drag bill was created after she conferred with anti-LGBT organizations like Gays Against Groomers, which directly opposes the sexualization and indoctrination of children, through Drag Queen Story Hours and more. The bill has been sent to the House. We'll see what happens. Unfortunately, I don't know if our state here is blue enough. Just shut this down. We'll see. I'm pretty sure that if it makes it to Governor Hobbs, she's going to veto it. Arkansas, which is where I'm from, in January, the state Senator Gary Stubblefield first introduced Senate Bill 43 with explicit language prohibiting drag shows from being performed on public property around minors. Stubblefield said this provision would serve to better protect children from sexually explicit content, which extended to include drag queen story hours, where drag queens read to kids in places like schools or libraries. Drag performers contend that bills of this type are an infringement on their freedom of expression. I agree with this. No one's rights should ever have to be constantly controlled and eliminated. This is Brianna Canopy, a 34-year-old drag performer who recently moved from Oklahoma to Arkansas. We're not here harming children. We're not here trying to indoctrinate them into anything or coerce them into anything. In early February, state legislators removed language in the bill that explicitly prohibited drag performances, instead opting to restrict adult-oriented shows. The bill was signed into law February 27th. Then we got Idaho, which is next up on the list. Idaho legislators introduced a bill to ban drag in public spaces on February 27th, the day that the bill was signed into law in Arkansas. Through this bill, parents would be able to sue event organizers and promoters that permit minors to watch shows that have sexual conduct. Remember what we were talking about before? They can watch the same shit at home on the TV with cisgender people, and that's okay. I'm not saying it's okay in either way, in either case, when it comes to actual sexualized performance, whether it's on the TV or whatever. I don't believe we should be policing parents, but at the same time, I believe parents should behave responsibly with their children. That's my opinion on that. You know, if the parents at home decide they're going to let their kid watch, a movie that has like partial nudity or whatever, that's the parent's decision with their own kid. That's nobody else's fucking business. Now, let's see. So House Bill 265 also requires organizers of these types of shows to take reasonable steps to restrict minors from attending, such as checking IDs. The Idaho House of Representatives passed the bill on March 7th. The proposed legislation advances to the Senate for a vote. So the House passed it. So that's Idaho. Kansas introduced SB 149, referred to the Committee on Judiciary in early February. The measure would expand the crime of promoting obscenity to include performing drag shows in front of minors. So we're back to just simply saying that something new is part of the obscene category. And it's, like I said, it's frustrating just because these two things cross over between drag and transgenderism, because depending on how they define drag or drag performers, that has a bit of overlap and can be considered overlapping with transgender individuals and their exterior gender presentation. For example, I go out and I dress feminine. Like, I've got my little crop top and everything. I've got my little pleated skirt on and all this stuff. And, and that's how I go out into the world. Now, they define drag as someone who displays a gender identity different from the gender they were assigned at birth and sings, lip syncs, dances, or otherwise performs. So they've got the duo there. They've got it this plus this. So it's like they're trying, but at the same time, I feel like they're still way off base here because they're like, we're gonna try and make sure that trans people are not included in this. However, how do you define a performance? Kentucky, the state legislature voted to advance their anti-drag bill, SB 115, on Thursday. The provision would prohibit drag performances from taking place on public property or in places where they can be seen by children. It moves forward to a vote for the full Senate, and then it will go to the House if passed. Missouri. The Missouri legislators introduced HB 1364 on March 1st, so it started last month. The bill would criminalize engaging, organizing, or authorizing the viewing of an adult cabaret performance on public property, which includes drag shows. The provision would also make it an offense to organize or authorize a drag queen story hour or any other event where a drag queen engages in other learning activities with minor children present. It adds that if any school district, charter school, or employee or volunteer from a school violates this legislation, the school district or charter school will lose funding from the state. The bill does not yet have a hearing scheduled. And it's like each one is progressively more what the fuck-ish as we go. It's like sometimes they're trying, sometimes they're not trying, but it's like none of this should be a fucking issue because, first of all, what are they going to start doing now? Are they going to go to the FCC and be like, okay, now you can't air RuPaul's Drag Race on any service now because kids might be able to watch it. Like I said, all of these things interconnect. Montana HB 359, which would prohibit minors from attending drag performances, passed the House during a preliminary vote on Thursday. Our Republican caucus believes strongly that there is no such thing as family-friendly drag show. The bill was modified to add drag to the list of sexually oriented acts. Businesses hosting drag performances would be forbidden from permitting people under the age of 18. So, All right, Nebraska's LB 371, which would prohibit anyone under the age of 19 from attending drag shows, was first introduced in January. If alcohol is served at the show, people under the age of 21 would also be prohibited from attending. Senator Dave Merman, who authored the bill, said the provision would help protect children. The bill was later amended by Senator Megan Hunt to prohibit children from participating in Bible studies, church camp, or other religious programs. The legislature finds that there is a well-documented history of indoctrination and sexual abuse perpetrated by religious leaders and clergy people upon children. Hunt also indefinitely postponed the bill. So, Senator Megan Hunt, that was fucking great. That's how you, like, within the system, how you fuck with the Republican engine. Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, state legislators last voted on February 23rd to advance an anti-drag bill, House Bill 2186, to the House floor. The bill would charge violators with felony charges, a fine of up to $20,000 and up to 2 years in jail. Advocates in the community fear that attacks against the drag community are just the beginning of legislation that will attack the queer community as a whole, which is what we're kind of talking about. A year ago, they were talking about banning trans people in sports, and they said they were just going to stop there, but no, they're not. Connor Coughlin, a 24-year-old drag performer, previously told Time magazine this. It's terrifying to be in a red state right now, but when you don't have the resources to move, you just kind of have to dig your heels in and keep fighting. South Carolina, Senate Bill 585, which would prohibit adult cabaret on public property and other places where it could be viewed by minors, was introduced on March 2nd. The text defined male or female impersonators as part of adult cabaret. Violators would be guilty of a first offense misdemeanor, face a fine of up to $1,000 and up to 2 years in prison. Texas. Texas is considering 4 bills that would target drag shows. The measures would extend the definition of sexually oriented businesses to include places that allow artists to show a gender identity that is different than the performer's gender assigned at birth. This could mean coffee shops or bookstores that host drag events would have to consider between getting additional licensing and being subject to different taxes or to stop hosting drag artists, according to the Tribune. The bills have been sent to the Senate and House Affairs Committee. West Virginia. In West Virginia, legislators introduced SB 253, which would criminalize engaging in an adult cabaret performance that is on public property. Now, certain pieces, of course, are in quotes here to determine what their adult cabaret performance. That's a primary one that comes up a lot now. And public property. If it's performed in a place where it could be viewed by a person who is a minor. Male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to the prurient interest fall under this category. People convicted of this felony could be fined with $25,000 and face up to 5 years in a state correctional facility. It was introduced to the Senate in January, though no other major legislative actions have been taken. So that is the 14 states and their bills as far as drag banning. Like I said, absolute props to Senator Megan Hunt for her bill amendment, because that is like the greatest thing I think could have happened. It's like, oh, we're going to by indoctrination. Well, if we want to prevent this indoctrination, we're going to go ahead and prevent indoctrination through religious means too. So no children, no minors would be allowed to participate in church, Sunday school, church camp, etc. That is amazing. And I absolutely love everything about that. That's sort of like the Alabama senator who introduced a bill to ban Viagra and all male enhancing performance supplements. Basically a point to make about controlling women's bodies. Now, did it pass? No. Obviously it's not going to. But still, she did it to make a point. And while that point was not necessarily taken by the men in the room, it did not go unnoticed. So I thought you would appreciate that little bit of insight into what's going on and where things are at the moment. Now, the one thing that I'm hesitant to talk about in a few things is because it's never been fully confirmed one way or the other. There's a lot of people who are fighting this fight one way or the other now. Yes. But now read the good stuff. I talked about the Tennessee thing. And Judge Parker actually TROing the drag ban from going into effect. Now, what's interesting is so one of the things that I'm going to go before we move into happy topics. We're talking about one last really sad topic right now, which is the Nashville shooting that took place this last week. What's interesting about this has been the way it's been handled, depending on the news source. Now, I will say that the way the Associated Press is handling is amazing. Now, yeah, okay, I'll get to that. I will get to that. But so, obviously, it's a tragedy whenever anyone is killed. When it's 3 children and 3 adults at a school, even more so. Now, the shooter was originally misidentified or misgendered through identity because when they killed the shooter, they went on what they saw, even though short haircut, full camo gear, blah blah blah, and they initially identified the shooter as Audrey Hale, and after a bit more in the later evening, it was brought to light that their name is Aiden Hale, and on several social media profiles they went by he/him pronouns. And even though this information has come out, um, a lot of right-wing news media is still dead naming and misgendering the shooter. And look, I don't condone what was done, but just like I don't condone anyone listening to Caitlyn Jenner. But it doesn't matter. Caitlyn Jenner is still a trans woman. She is still one of us. We claim her in that aspect only. We just don't really like her. So, like, I don't like Caitlyn Jenner. I don't I don't like Caitlyn Jenner. I don't like her politics. I don't like the way she injects herself in and starts talking about her own opinion of how things are and should be for trans people, whether it be in sports or whatever. But don't you dare fucking dead name her in front of me. She is still one of us. We just don't like her. Same deal here. I don't condone what happened and what was done. But that person is still a part of our community, and they deserve to at least have that respect, if nothing else. Now, what several news sources started doing when this information came out, and since it was so topsy-turvy, CNN, the Associated Press, actually simply stopped referring to the shooter with pronouns. They were either identified as the shooter or they, them. And it's like, because this is so up in the air, and of course they can't just ask. They had, it's like, okay, my social media profile, everywhere, I'm she, her. But at the same time, if no one had any other basis to go on, I would expect you to at least go off of what you can find about me, which would be like my Facebook page or whatever, and refer to me as she, her. Most of this issue is the fact that Hale's parents did not confirm or refute any gender identity for the shooter of their offspring. And that's what makes this so problematic, is because nobody that they've been able to talk to acknowledges whether or not they were transgender. Like an old school friend and parents. And none of them ever addressed it in one way or the other. So all they have is that social media profile that they have. So that can't be verified as their argument. Since it can't be verified, we're not going to actually respect it. And that's where things get really tricky. Is you got more centrist and like left leaning are being a little better about it's obscure information that hasn't been verified. So they've transformed into using this kind of genderless, pronounless rhetoric. But at least that's something. Meanwhile, like Fox News and a bunch of other right-wing news are constantly she-herring and dead-naming this person. And it's just, I don't even know. Now, for those of you who don't know, I've been actually kind of tracking this for myself. Minnesota has put itself forward as the first trans sanctuary state. They have, through executive order, the governor of Minnesota basically decreed that the state would be a sanctuary for transgender minors seeking medical care and fleeing from states where they want to criminalize it. And has instructed all law enforcement and courts in the state that they will not give up jurisdiction of any cases involving a transgender minor, that they will hold all jurisdiction. They will not comply with any requests for information from other law enforcement from out of state. All of this, and that they will deny all extradition. And that's through executive order, and they actually have a bill that would codify this into their state law that has gone up, and it's passed the House, amended as is, and the Senate, because there's a couple of things that are linked into that with like identity and possession of firearms and things like that, because it deals with extradition of crime and crime cooperations. There was a segment that passed the basically practice and standards that got kicked back for review with amended wording for certain other sections that do not have anything to do with the transgender part. If they can clarify and get all of that handled, this will go into law. It'll be signed by the governor. It'll become state law in Minnesota, making Minnesota officially a standing sanctuary. No, I agree with you, Amber. When it comes to like any kind of whether it's a mass shooting, a smaller shooting, whatever, it doesn't matter what it is. The attention should be on the victims and what we do next, not on the person who perpetrated the crime. Giving them more time in the spotlight, especially like with the Colorado Springs shooting and the theater shooting there and stuff like that. We start glorifying these people and putting them on a pedestal, turning them almost into pseudo celebrities. Look what happened with Charles Manson, even though he never actually killed anyone himself that they could prove. They were able to prove that basically he was a master manipulator, and that through his manipulation, he coerced other people to do his killing for him. And even when he died, he had this insane, massive fan troupe who just wanted to be part of the Manson family. Right. And that's one of those things. It's like and here's the thing. On top of this, like I don't know what the motives were behind the Nashville shooting. I don't. Nobody seems to know right now, and that's the thing that's really dumb. Is like the police claim they have a manifesto. Blah 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 blah. It's like okay, but here's the problem: is because of the way they framed everything, all the right wing media is talking about how the shooting happened because the person was transgender. Because when you start messing with your own hormones and you have surgeries that change your body, you turn yourself into a monster, and it's only a matter of time before it manifests. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? By that logic, you shouldn't be able to have liposuction, breast augmentation, facial reconstruction, plastic surgery of any kind, because you're changing your body, and that turns you into a monster. And it blows my mind. Oh yeah. Now the other thing that was going on here in Arizona that I was actually reading out about, and our governor has already said outright that if this passes and lands on her desk, she's going to veto it automatically, is a bathroom law for schools. Basically, that schools would be required to provide a separate bathroom for transgender students. It's like, okay, so you're talking about school renovations and things like that, and further ostracizing trans kids. And basically, Governor Hobbs said, if you guys pass this and it lands on my desk, it's dead in the water. It's not going anywhere. Yeah. It's like, when it's a white shooter, let's say a cis male white shooter goes in and shoots up something, they start trying to justify it with mental illness. Oh, he was depressed and blah blah blah, or he was this or he was that, and blah blah blah. In this case, being trans is their scapegoat. Look at this. This is an example for all the trans people. It's like, no. It's like white cisgendered men commit more shootings than anybody else. Oh yeah. And there's a reason why after dark I don't leave the house unarmed. Now, most people are very, very nice to me around here, which is great because I don't always do well with people being jerks. It does happen occasionally, but not nearly as often as I figure it would if I were in Arkansas or Tennessee or whatever. But I'm going to loop back to that for a second. I want to bring up Fox News again. Don't let me forget to bring up Fox News in regards to their watchers, their viewers. But yeah, so I've only had one instance where I thought that I might be in imminent danger. and I was walking to the store at night, and I had my stick with me, my movement stick. It's a collapsible steel police baton. And this guy like was pulling up behind me in his car, and he drives past me with his flashers on, slows down, and basically pulls over in front of me about 30 feet away as I'm walking, and stops and gets out of his car, pops the hood, and is just standing there with his flashers on. So I reached down and I unhooked the Velcro strap right here so that my stick is just hanging like this, and I have my hand on the pommel. I did not break pace. I did not stop walking. As I passed by the corner of the hood of his car, I shifted my grip to here. I didn't even look at him right away. I kind of kept my corner of the eye thing, and I said, "Everything all right?" I says, "Oh yeah, everything's fine." And I said, "All right, have a good night." I never stopped walking. But once I got past him and he was no longer in my field of view, I kind of shifted my gaze and my stance just a little bit as I was moving, so I could kind of keep the car in view. And I hear the hood slam, and he gets back in the car, turns off his flashers, and drives off. So I'm like, what the fuck was that all about? That's the only time that's ever happened to me like that. But just things like that that make you go, wait, what? Yeah, that was very sus. Now, I've had like, what we'll call stupid hecklers. Like I go over to, I'm standing at a crosswalk or whatever, and somebody decides that as they pull up next to me that they want to yell at me out their window. But and that's led to a few things. Like I've been wolf whistled at, which is like, okay, that's a compliment sort of, but it's also kind of creepy. Um, I've had people honk at me, and usually that one leads to some interesting end results, because there were a couple of times where someone would honk at me and roll the window down, and I wouldn't respond. And I'd just hear somebody yell, "Bitch," and drive off. I'm like, you're fucking right, I am. And so all of this going on, and then, well, no, I get it, Amber, completely. Especially in that situation, because you work at a bar, and you don't get off work until way late. If you're working the night shift, and that's some of the most dangerous time. That's why sometimes they have the same thing with like strip clubs with bouncers. They will walk the dancers to their cars, and so you have those kinds of situations. There was one where I had this moment of like weirdness where I was like, it was frustrating, but at the same time I was like, so I was walking back from the store, and this is broad daylight. I'm standing at the crosswalk down over here, getting ready to cross over to walk back over to the apartment complex I live in. As I'm standing there, I caught the change of the light just on the wrong way, so I'm stuck standing there, and this van pulls up next to me, and there are two guys in the front of it, and one of them rolls the window down, and he starts yelling, "Oh yeah, Daddy, get it!" All of this shit. And of course, I'm walking down the crosswalk as the light changes, and he's slow rolling beside me, yelling all of this shit the whole time until I get to the sidewalk and walk off. I'm just like, and that was where I started like adopting the phrase like, "I'm not your daddy, but I'll be your mommy dom." I've had a few of those, and I've had some where people yell at me. And one of the ones that, and I'm going to say this word in context of the situation, where someone actually called me the F slur. And I said that, and they said, "You like sucking dick," and I'm just sitting here like, eh? Because, yeah, the whole thing was just so weird, and I'm just sitting here going like, so what if I do? So what if I like eating pussy? Whatever. That's as far as like the graphic nature of what I'm going to say here is. It doesn't matter. You don't know anything about me, but they always have the standard assumption that if you are a trans woman, that you must like men. That must be your default. And what they don't realize 99% of the time is trans. There's a thing called T for T, which is basically trans for trans. And most trans women are more drawn toward trans women, primarily because there is a commonality between them that they can share and experience. And I'm not just talking about bedroom things. I'm talking about life things. Whether you've been out publicly, for 6 months or 10 years. And that's the thing that just like blows my mind is this standard assumption that trans women must like men, or the weird one, trans men must like men. Neither of these things are true at a constant rate. If only Carmen were here. Carmen used to wrestle, and she still wants to wrestle. So Carmen, she's French. Carmen actually has these massive build because she was a wrestler, and she still keeps herself in that shape. So she has these massive, massive arms and just these broad chests and everything. She's like, I will just like body slam you repeatedly. I mean, come on now. But honestly, I think those are the main things that I kind of wanted to touch on. But I also, Fox News. Okay. Since it was brought up, I need to roll back around to that for a second. So, this one's actually the bigger one of the two because this is the arm I use for almost everything, even though I'm left-handed. Left-handed girl living in a right-handed world. So the only things I really do left-handed is primarily when I played baseball, softball, whatever, I would bat left. I write and draw left-handed. Everything else I do right-handed. If I bowl, I throw. If I were playing ball and I was playing fielding position with the glove and everything, I throw right. If I were aiming or holding a gun, I also am predominantly right-handed for those purposes. It's one of those crazy things that I never really thought much about until I was an adult and realizing how much of what I do is predetermined based on me adapting to living in a right-hand preferential world. 90% of the things I do right-hand dominant. But the important things that I do, drawing, writing, whatever, are all lefties. Well, I can write with my right hand. It doesn't look great, but I can do it. So, I mean, that is its own little monster. But Fox News. That's where I was going with this. All right, so Fox News is the oddball because they actually were being sued over Tucker Carlson. I think it was just a couple of years ago, maybe a little more than a couple of years ago. Because I think it was during the end of Trump's term in office. And Fox News was being sued because of commentary and content. Sorry, I guess my hair for a little. Being made on their channel on their programming block by Tucker Carlson, and their defense, Fox News's defense was that they are not a news channel; they are an entertainment channel, and only those with detachments from reality could actually find truth in anything that's said on their channel. And I was like, that is the greatest admission that no one will ever process. But that's how they actually were able to make their way through. I'm like, please tell me I'm not the only person who remembers this. But yeah, they basically said, this is our defense. We're not saying that what he said was true or not true. We're saying that our entire network exists for the purposes of entertainment, not news. Yeah. It's like, of course, yeah. Thank you, Uncle Man. How are you? Welcome on in. Now, things that have been interesting for me is like figuring out all. No, like I said, part of this is going to be just trans talk. I'm going to talk a little bit about myself too, but and I'm going to fix that real quick because that's going to be really annoying really fast. So, I mentioned this in my earlier stream, but our power was cut off a couple weeks ago, and we have a smoke alarm or smoke detector that is hardwired into the wall with a backup battery. We've changed the battery twice since then, but it doesn't seem to matter. Something in the wiring with the power getting cut off apparently shorted it. So every so often it starts chirping every like 20 to 30 seconds. Oh, did you? I'm going to go poke my nose into my mailbox just for a second to see because now I'm curious. Because if someone else got me something off of my throne wish list as a surprise after I was streaming last night. Ooh, that will be awesome to repair with my my bunny girl outfit. I'm still looking to get the actual like full cat suit at some point, but it's going to be one of those takes time to do things. Now, yeah, I went through and had to course correct a few things because I realized that some of the items that were still listed on my wish list were broken. And so what I did was I cleaned up my wish list, and then I cleaned up my throne, and I re-imported the entire list back in as as a sub list as a collection. And that seemed to have worked a lot better as opposed to just being derpy. Yeah, so I got a couple of things coming in now. Thank you, and calling in. That is super awesome. Yeah, so I need to get more wig hangers. Is what I need. But somebody else surprised me with a thing last night after my last night's stream. I spot an email from Throne letting me know that someone had actually gifted me the purple Tifa dress that I had on my list, and I'm like, that works with the black wig I have in the other room for my Rin Tosaka cosplay. And I was like, okay, so I don't need a wig for that. It's the dress, and I was just like, I'm super excited about that for a lot of reasons, and it'll be a hot minute for them all to get here. But once they get here, more fun things to actually play dress up and cosplay with on stream. Now, when I first started my journey, and I'm gonna do this because I don't get to do this very often, and I want to do this a bit more because I might need a link to those, but yeah, because those hangers were actually really nice. They're these really neat collapsible wig hangers that basically you've got this rounded piece with a hook over the top, and then you have a piece that locks into that to create this three-dimensional thing you can hang your wig on, and then hang it up in the closet. Hey, Mr. Obvious J, welcome on in. Thank you for the lurk. But so when I started everything, when my egg cracked, and I started trying to sort of, there was this big, overwhelming. Well, thank you very much. Trying to figure out, well, what happens next? What's the next step for me here? And being able to sort through that and figure it out for myself was a little bit of. I'm trying to think of the right word for this. It was a little bit of frustration, but at the same time. Also, you're going to see me. You might see my camera shift a little bit. I'm checking a couple of things. Yeah, black and white is too much. So I'm going to say maybe right around here. So I was looking at this and I realized how much saturation was going on. And if I go, this one might actually cause the camera to be dirty for a second. That's interesting. That's way too sharp, though. I'm going to drag that back a little bit. See, you're right here. All right. I feel like that's a little better. But I wasn't sure what my next steps were going to be. I mean, the first thing was obviously I had to tell Kietra, thank you. I absolutely had to tell Kietra, and I was scared about it. I was nervous about it. I had this whole like RSD thing going on in my brain, and so I told her, I told my roommate Mac who we live with, and then I told my kid. All right, Amber, no worries. Get you some sleep, and I will talk to you later on. Thank you for hanging out. But so I told them, and then because they did that, and the next thing I knew was like I needed to talk to a doctor. I needed to figure out what I was going to do as far as like medical transition, because I mean that was right there at the forefront when I made that realization that medically transitioning was something I wanted to do, whether it be just hormones or whatever. So I did I took some steps. It's funny because what motivates you to do a thing? I took steps to find out about my VA benefits and found out that I had medical coverage. So I called the VA and I went and I said, I don't have a doctor. I would like to schedule an appointment to speak to a doctor. I haven't seen a doctor in 20 years. And they were like, really? Like, yeah. So they set me up with a really awesome doctor. His name was Dr. Hayes. And Dr. Hayes was working with me on issues with my shoulder pain that I have in the shoulder. And he was also the first, medical professional I spent time talking to about being transgender. And of course, I hadn't really started anything yet at that point. I had just shaved my face. And I think I shaved my legs. I don't remember. I know that shaving my face and my legs were that was one of the very first things I did after I told Kietra and Mac. And it was like one of those things where once I had made that acknowledgement, I gave myself permission to do those things. Because it didn't matter if I wanted to or not previously, I didn't give myself permission to do it. But I finally did, and there was one of those things where it was like the very first affirming sensation that I had was I had smooth legs. I wasn't covered in body hair, and I was just like, so that's what this feels like. And so I went through that, and then Dr. Hayes set up a referral for me with a social worker, and they have medical social workers that take time to talk to you about your mental health and things like that, to go over your reasoning for things, to make sure that your reasoning is sound, because they're not going to just put you on hormones or something else, whether it be it's in that zone where they want to make sure that you know what you're asking and what you're talking about. In this case, being transgender, they wanted to make sure that I knew what I was talking about and what I was expecting. And I told her, I said, well, I'm not in any big hurry to get to a finish line. As this is a marathon, not a sprint kind of thing. I said, and I talked her through how I came to this conclusion. It had to do a lot with a lot of badly repressed memories coming back during the pandemic while I was arguing with myself over whether or not I was trans, because I couldn't possibly be trans. I'm just a really good ally. And so when I had that final moment of just, holy shit, I'm a trans woman, I knew I knew what my path forward was going to be, even though I didn't know how it was going to progress, how slow or how fast or whatever. That didn't matter. I knew where I was going. And so, I talked to this social worker. Her name was Raquel, and she was awesome, and she was amazing. And then after I had my little interview with her, we played phone tag for like 2 weeks before we finally were able to actually get together and have that. And then she went ahead and wrote a letter and sent me over to my transition doctor, who's been my doctor ever since for trans medicine, things like that. Her name is Dr. Flynn. And she's been working in trans medicine with transgender patients for over 20 years. And I was like, that's actually awesome. Now, we started off, and the first thing she did was she was like, I'm going to put you on a testosterone T blocker. And so she was on spironolactone. Now, depending on which path of medication for trans women you aspire to, Spiro could be really obnoxious because it's a water pill. It suppresses testosterone. It's an anti-androgen, and because it's a water pill, and I live in the desert, it can make you very dehydrated if you don't drink enough water. And so we start with that, and they start me out. She starts me out on like 100 milligrams for like 2 weeks, and then she jumps me up to 100 milligrams twice a day, which is pretty close to as high as you can get. Um, so I'm on that for 3 months before she actually puts me on estradiol patches. And she starts me out. She's like, "We're gonna do the 3 milligram patch. You put it on. You wear it. You change the patches out twice a week." I'm like, "Okay, cool." And every 3 months, I would go in, and they would test my my hormone levels and my prolactin every once a year or so. Well, they were doing it twice a year at the time. So I'd have to do like fasting blood work a couple of times a year. It's like, well, but still. So we reached a point after that first like blood test, hormone test, and everything that I went through, where my hormone level had kind of like peaked, where I was not making, and this went on for another 3 months afterwards, where I was sitting in this like 50, 60 for my E, and it's typically measured in one of them is measured in uh, PGs per liter, one's measured in NGs per liter. I can't remember like which one's which. But I was sitting at like 55, 60 for estrogen and like 250 for testosterone. So she upped my patches to a 5 milligram patch and a 2 milligram patch twice a week. And that was about as high as we're going to get. And even then, it still wasn't going up. And like I had like one really good test where I jumped up to like 117 for my estrogen, and then it just dropped back down to that 60 to 70 range again. And she's like, "Okay, so we're going to trade you off on this. I'm going to start you on oral estrogen instead." Yeah, yeah. This song has some history with me and Pietra. Um, but so I went through all of that and went on oral estrogen. She started me out on 2 milligrams, which is, whew, pardon me, 1 pill a day. And so I was taking that for a while. And my numbers kind of did this thing where they climbed and then they just dropped and just kind of sat there. So she turned around and she upped me to 6 milligrams a day, 3 pills. And I was on that all the way up until about 3 months ago. And so after I had been on estrogen for about 9-10 months, I also went on progesterone, and one of the other things I'm on is finasteride. Now, finasteride is another sort of anti-androgen blocker thing, whatever. But it also helps with hair regrowth and stuff like that, because I inherited my grandfather's hairline, and it sucks, and I hate it. So, but it's growing back slowly, which is kind of amazing. Considering I'm 43 years old now. But it's kind of neat seeing my hairline slowly fill back in again. And then the hair grow. Like, I had to adjust how I was wearing my wigs, because wearing my wigs with my hairline kind of right up here, because it was closer to my natural hairline at the time. But then about 6-8 months ago, I started noticing that my hair was actually growing back down here. And I'm like, okay, so the wig's got to come forward a little bit. And I'm going to talk about that in just a second. So when I first started actually presenting femme out in the world, I did it very timidly. Now I wouldn't do it initially because I hated my hair. I hated my hairline. It made me incredibly dysphoric. It still kind of does, but not as bad. So I wear wigs, and I like to have ways to experiment and play with some of them and whatnot, But so I finally bit the bullet because I was frustrated. I had this weird like imposter syndrome mentality where if I were wearing wigs and it's not really my hair and that's not very authentic and I don't want to. And finally I hit a breaking point where, because I wouldn't dress femme and go out at all. If I dressed up, it was like baggy t-shirt, baggy pants, and go do whatever I needed to do. And so I finally bit the bullet and I talked to my doctor, and she set up a referral and consultation for my first wig. And I got it, and when it finally came in and everything, and I wasn't 100% impressed with it right away. Like, I put it on, and I was kind of, okay, whatever. And then I set it up and just put it on the wig stand. Oh, pardon me, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I'm yawning so much now. But so I put it on the wig stand and I let it sit for several days. Not too many days though. I had this one day where I decided I just I really wanted to feel feminine, so I went and I put on the first little black dress that Kietra bought me, with a pair of leggings, and I went and put on a little bit of makeup, just a little bit, a little bit of eyeliner, and I went and grabbed the wig and I put the wig on. And once I had the wig on, I went back in the bath, was getting everything oriented and kind of brushing it away, getting it sorted how I wanted it to be on my face and how I wanted to sit and all this stuff. And I looked at myself in the mirror. I just had this moment. I was just standing there and I was just like, holy crap, that's me. And the way there have been two ways that I've told this story using names. But it was the first time that I saw Varias. I didn't see him anymore. And so I went to the store, but I specifically went dressed the way I was with the dress and the leggings because I was trying to be conservative. I didn't want people to stare. I didn't want to make people uncomfortable. I didn't want to make waves. I was making myself smaller so that I wasn't discomforting or upsetting to the people around me. And I continued that way for quite a while. And for Kietra's 50th birthday, I took her to Vegas. She'd never been before. And it was my first time being somewhere where no one else knew me. And so we got on our plane to go. And I was wearing my big baggy Robocop t-shirt and a pair of skinny jeans. And of course my hair and all of that. And of course at that point I had like 7 wigs. So I went from 1 to 7 really fast. And all the wigs were packed up. All the clothes were packed up. We go there. And we get to the hotel. And we get into the room. I'm sitting there and I go, that's it. I'm not wearing pants anymore for the rest of this trip. I took my pants off. I took off the baggy Robocop shirt. And I changed into one of my dresses. And pretty much the entire time we were in Vegas, I did not put on... I'll put it to you this way. I did not put on pants again for almost a year. It was skirts, shorts, capris every once in a while, but I didn't wear like jeans of any kind of really, like, full jeans, whatever. After that, for almost a year. It was mostly skirts and dresses and, sometimes shorts. And so I go there. We're in Vegas for like 5 or 6 days. I think it was 5 days. I don't remember if it was 5 or 6. I think it was 5. We were there from Monday to Friday. No, we were there till Saturday, weren't we? Okay, you're okay. 5 days. But yeah, it was me, Kietra, my soul sister Alexa, Kietra's best friend, who I believe is still here in the chat. Hi, Wicked Wench, and Kietra's middle daughter. And we all kind of got there at different times between Monday and whatever. But once we all got there, we were just out doing everything. We, from going to the casino floor and playing there, going to a few different places on the Strip, checking out the mall and Caesar's Palace, a bunch of other crazy stuff like that. And it was a blast. And we found this really amazing place called Millennium Fandom. It's off of 4th, down from the Strip in Las Vegas. And it's a fandom bar. And it was so awesome, and we loved it so much because one of my friends who lives in Vegas was like, I'm at this place, you need to come since you're here in town. And so we all piled in. It was the first time it was me, Kietra, and Lexa who went. The second time we brought everybody with. And we had so much fun. And I didn't really think too much about what this trip was going to do for me when we went, because it was mostly about Kietra and her birthday. When we got home, we were both writing our post-trip statuses on Facebook, and I'm sitting here writing my little write-up, and I start crying. And I'm not quite sure 100% why right away. And Kietra has to see, what's going on? And I was sitting here, and I was like, I didn't realize what this trip was going to mean to me. Because it was I'm not dressing up and going to the 3 different places, seeing the 15 people that I see on a regular basis who are always just so nice to me. I was in Las Vegas around a whole bunch of strangers as me, as Verizon, as this person. And I'm sitting here crying. I looked at her and I told her, I said, I finally felt real. And something in that changed me. I mean, I'm 6'3" for starters, and even though it wasn't a conscious thought, and the combination of everything, I started behaving in such a way that I'm 6'3". I walk into a room, people are going to notice me whether I look this way or whether I look like what I looked like before. People are going to look. People are going to stare. Real. I felt real for the first time. So we go through all of this, and I stopped dressing conservatively. I stopped trying to make myself smaller, and instead I started taking up space. I would wear my crop tops, my crazy halter tops with my skirts, and I would be flamboyantly fabulous and goth and whatever I wanted to be. And who gives a shit? People are going to stare anyway. Might as well make it worth my while or theirs, depending on, you know. I started getting more creative with my makeup. I started being able more about doing more of my makeup. Now, what's interesting is for a while there, I wouldn't even leave the house unless I was in full makeup. Like primer, concealer, foundation, contour, blush, eyeliner, eyeshadow, lipstick, all of that. And I would not leave the house unless I was completely done up. That's less of an issue nowadays. Like, I'll even go out of the house with no makeup on now. Like, the one thing I will do typically is put on hair, but I've gone without hair too. I've made trips both to the supermarket over here and to the Quick Mart back that way without my hair on. And, but it was funny because it's like the further into this I get, the more things change for me, the more I start to be comfortable without having to obscure parts of myself with things like makeup or a wig. Because when I first started my transition, I believed thoroughly that I was going to be an ugly girl. I really did. Obviously, that's not the case, but I really thought it at the time. But it wasn't the point. That wasn't what mattered. That wasn't, it's like, so what if I was, going to be an ugly girl? What mattered to me, what mattered to my mindset, my mental health, was acknowledging this truth that I had been pushing down and locking away for most of my life. Yeah, I know you tried to tell me. I'm going to twist this a little bit so that it stops being derpy with me. There we go. That's a little better, I suppose. But I went from, because it was funny, because when I first started putting on makeup, it was like a little bit of eyeliner and no lipstick. It was just a little bit of eyeliner, maybe a little bit of blush. Then I started like getting more elaborate with the eyeliner, and then I started adding lipstick and a couple of things. And then I started getting backing off of the eyeliner a little bit, being more conservative with it. And then I'm back to like extravagant eyeliner stuff. So, but some of my favorite pictures of me that I've taken, because that's one of the things I started doing, is I used to hate pictures. I used to hate taking photos constantly, 100%. Like there's school pictures of me. There's some derpy ass family pictures from when I was a teenager and a little bit younger. But as an adult, before I came out, there's substantially less pictures of me than there are of me now. But yeah, so I started taking almost a selfie a day for the first year and a half of being on hormones. And it was not just about taking a picture and showing off. It was about me seeing my own face and seeing me and getting used to it, because it's not a face that I really recognized. And my face has changed so much even since the beginning. I actually have a little thing I put together from day one, year one, year two. We're moving into year 3 now. But it's so interesting to see how much I've changed physically, because even my face has changed, and it's kind of wild to me to think about. is like my body shape has obviously changed for more than a few reasons. But like when I first started my transition before I was on hormones, I had a 41 inch chest, 36-inch waist, 36-inch hips. So it's kind of like, it just went like that. Now I'm a 36B with a 32-inch waist and 41-inch hips. Which meant that very recently, well, actually probably closer to 42 now, I actually had to go and buy new underwear recently because some of the underwear that I bought at the start of all of this doesn't really fit as well as it should anymore. But the first time I even realized I had hips was really funny because Kietra and I were at a local store shopping around, um, just because she wanted to go and just see what they had. We ended up going to look at some of the clothing, and then this really cute kind of summer style dress with sunflowers on it that she wound up getting, and I found this like tank top rib style body contouring low black dress. And so we're like, okay, we're gonna go try these on in the dressing room. So she goes and tries hers on first or whatever, and then I go in to try mine on. And I was sort of lazy daying it that day. I didn't wear a bra, so I put the dress on. I come out of the dressing room, and apparently I got the attention of both Ketra and the lady that was working the dressing room area, because there were two things I noticed immediately when I was in the changing room and I got the dress on and I was looking at myself in the mirror. I was like, "Holy shit, I have hips!" Because I was always wearing my skater dresses, skater skirts, and like loose kind of dresses. I never really thought much about it, never paid much attention to it, and I always had this utility belt thing that I would wear that had pouches and pockets on it that would obscure things. I mean, it kind of helped with some of the illusion early on, but still, yeah. And I walk out, and then I look, I'm in the dress and do a little turn for Ketra and everything, and then she's like, "Put it in the cart. If you're not buying it, I'm buying it for you." So I went up actually getting this purse and a really cool belt too that I wear with that dress. Actually, Ketra got to wear it when we went out for Valentine's Day this last Valentine's Day. She got to wear my really cool belt, um, and I wore and I wore my really cute sweater dress that I have that has kind of this asymmetry kind of thing going on with like gold buttons down it. And that's what we did for our Valentine's Day this year. We went out to eat, and we had so much fun with most of this stuff, and learning more about me. And one of the things that I'm having to get used to is being more emotional. Um, but so the hormone thing, as I was saying, we finally started to get somewhere with my levels within the last like 5 6 months, somewhere in there. But I spoke to my doctor a little bit, and I moved from oral estrogen to estradiol valerate. For those of you who don't know, that is a once a week injection that I give to myself in a thigh muscle. And actually, that will be something I will be doing tonight because it's Saturday night. But yeah, well, Saturday night, Sunday morning. Yeah, so that's something I do every Saturday / Sunday rollover. As I go and get to do all the fun things with the needles and then stab myself in the thigh for hormones, which is interesting because doing it the way that, because I actually got some advice from my doctor on this. This gives me kind of a regular weekly like hormone cycle. So it kind of is this kind of thing here where and then I do my next injection, so next week come in and it kind of does that. So it keeps me in a predictable pattern of hormone levels, and my body can get used to it better that way. It can suck sometimes. I've had a couple of moments where I botched an injection and had to start over, which is not fun. But figuring this out has been such a positive change for me because I don't hate being photographs. I don't hate taking pictures of myself. Um, I went from hiding myself to making myself a spectacle. And, whether it be cosplay or, you know, selfies, whatever. It's one of those things where I'm just kind of like, okay, I'm just going to leave the glasses off right now. I don't really need them while we're sitting here talking. But I was completely okay with this because I wasn't hiding. I didn't hate my body anymore. Not the way I used to. Because like before my egg cracked, I would wear all of these massive baggy shirts, baggy jeans, not saggy jeans, just baggy jeans. And like big boots and things like that. And I was trying constantly to hide myself. And one of the things that I wouldn't do is I wouldn't go swimming. And people are weird about that sometimes because when you tell someone you don't swim, they think you mean you can't swim, which is not true. I can swim. But it never clicked to me the reason why that they didn't want to overdo that. And part of it was because the expectation was to show my body, wearing swim trunks or whatever, that I would do. Because I can't stand swimming in a shirt. It's like being wrapped in a wet towel and trying to paddle, and it's awkward. So I was just like, no, fuck this, I'm not doing it. Because I don't want to be out there without a shirt on. I don't want to be out there with a shirt on. And last summer, Kieta and I were going to the pool together. And of course, I made my own bathing suit out of these two pieces that I ordered from two different places. I got a really cute pair of mesh net swim shorts with a kind of like a bikini inlay and a cute little like half twisted maroon or wine red colored swim top. And so we're going to the pool and doing all this, and we're going out there and I'm having a blast, just, whatever. And I realized, it dawned on me that the whole reason that I didn't like going swimming was because I was constantly just like not wanting to, because I hated my body. But I'm out here in this personal handcrafted two-piece, just having a blast. And it was one of those like things where it's like I reached a point to where I was more euphoric about my body than I was before I transitioned. And of course, transition is an ongoing process. There's no end result really, not in my opinion anyway. But figuring a lot of that out helped me a lot. And like I spoke to my dad a few times. And one of the things I told him, I said, one of the strangest moments of euphoria I had was I was taking a shower and I looked down and I was like, I have boobs. And it was really euphoric just for the fact that I have boobs. And I looked down and they're there. And I'm like, yay. And it made me super happy. Just that thought process made me very happy. And then, of course, I was trying to explain it to my dad, who doesn't quite get it, but he's trying. Things that do suck about being a trans woman, though. One, I still have to shave my face on a fairly regular basis, even though I've had some laser hair removal on my face. I still want to get a little bit more done, especially right here, which you can kind of see a little bit of on the stream, in the camera view. But I want to actually do it like, is this, and right here along this part of my neck is like still a problem area because I have really dark facial hair that I was having an issue with. As far as like after the first run of laser and everything, all of this pretty much doesn't grow anymore on either side. And like when Kitra was in the hospital, I didn't shave for like 2 or 3 days, and it was just this and this. There was nothing on either side, so it felt kind of weird, like this automatic goatee, and I'm like, So I came home and I shaved because it was bugging me. But there's that kind of sucks, and then there's the frustration of a few things, like sometimes when you want to put on a piece of clothing, you have to be able to tuck in some way so that you're not just like, exposing everyone to, whatever's going on downstairs while you're out walking. I've got a couple of like bodycon dresses like that and pencil skirts. Not exactly the most friendly things for being a trans woman because most of them are designed to lay flat across the peak of the thighs. But so all of that stuff is kind of a minor inconvenience ultimately. I mean, I had one really bad day where I just kind of like had a meltdown, and I came home and I was just crying, laying next to Ketra with my head in her lap, upset because I just had a really bad day and I felt like a clown in a dress, basically. I hated every part of my body that wasn't female or feminine because it was just causing me strife. And I was just sitting there crying because I was so upset about it because I was mad and upset and sad and just I was having a moment. There are certain weird things that you come to realize too. For example, now while Kitra, I acknowledge that you don't really see it. I do in a lot of my pictures. I look a lot like my mother. My dad even said something about it the first time when he finally came around and we were having a video chat because he wanted to course correct his mental image of me. And so we're sitting on camera, and my dad, of course, is here. And he starts off with me telling me I'm very pretty, and then he's like, "You look just like your mom," and I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about that right this second, but thank you. But I can realize, yeah, I do kind of look a lot like my mother and my sister. Um, so, and that was one of those weird things where I started to decide whether or not I was going to have or plan to have FFS for those of you who are uninitiated. FFS is facial feminization surgery. And I opted to just say, no, I don't think I need it. And that's my opinion. And that's what I'm going with for this. I mean, I did have to embrace one particular piece of my dad's contribution to my genetics, which is I have a cleft chin. And that's for the reasons I used to have a mustache and goatee for the longest time before I came out because I was trying to hide the cleft in my chin, which has softened a substantial amount since everything started. Um, there's so many little things that you start to notice, and things like going from a 40-inch chest to a 36-inch band felt kind of weird as far as math went because I know my rib cage didn't actually change shape. But what happened is I used to have like very wide lats because of all the testosterone and all the muscle and lifting and moving things that I would do when I was either getting stuff prepped for cons or working with con crew to set up or tear down and stuff like that. And some of the work that I used to do in factories, doing work like that, I built up a decent amount of muscle. And then I moved to the Ketra and I was getting fed really well on top of all the other things. And I developed even more muscle. So at my heaviest, I was about 215 or so, and my arms were maybe a little bit bigger right in here. Not that you can see what the hell I'm fucking gesturing here. There you go, about right in here. And there's actually a picture of me from when we were at a convention, and I'm wearing kind of or like that high V-neck, like tank style thing, and I've got my hat, my goatee, whatever, and I'm leaning on the table with my arms straight, and you can actually just see the bulk of my arms and my sides the way I'm leaning forward. And what made me realize how much that had changed was I was talking to another person that I'm friends with about it, and I showed them that picture, but I was also on camera with them on video chat, and I had leaned up to do something, and I'm going to roll backwards for a second, and I went to lean up to do something, and I put my hands down here in front of me, and I saw myself with my arms like this, and I was like, holy crap. I started to realize how much I had lost off of my arms and right in here because my back muscles had shrunk. Because that's one of the things that happens when you go on estrogen. You start to lose muscle mass a little bit. I mean, thankfully I'm not doing too bad in that department, I don't think. But it was something that really surprised me a little bit initially. But it was something that I didn't notice as it was happening. Like the other thing that's going on is that my feet have shrunk almost 2 whole sizes. Which is another weird one because like feet and their size and scale, is in part bone structure. I went from a size 13 men's to a size 11 men's. Now, the one thing that I sort of am looking forward to, but not really at the same time, is there's this thing that tends to happen with a lot of trans women is that they start to shrink a little. I've got a friend who was 6'1" and is now 5'9". Things like anywhere from 2 to 4 inches, somewhere in there, can kind of disappear over time. And then so you got those things, and then you got, like, of course, the kneeling with the waist was really weird to me because that was not something I was like processing and thinking, because that doesn't happen for every trans woman. That's something that sometimes they still maintain kind of this shape or whatever. Sometimes they get this shape, and stuff like that. I don't mind if my feet keep shrinking. That makes more shoes accessible to me, as far as like feminine shoes. And that was one of those weird other euphoric things. Was I never thought too much about how mentally cleansing it would be to have female footwear. Of course, I'm wearing Kilo Mary Janes right now, but it wasn't something I thought a ton about initially, because I would just wear my sneakers or I would wear my sandals, which were both from the men's department. And the first time I got, because for Christmas at the end of 2021, I bought myself a Christmas present. I spent some money. I got myself a pair of knee-high boots with a 2-inch heel and these Mary Janes. And I put the boots on. And holy crap. The change in how I felt and the boost in my own personal confidence in whatever outfit I chose to wear went up. Holy crap. And then, like, even with Mary Janes, they're flats, but they're cute, and they make me feel like in an outfit like this with the pleated skirt, with the whatever, it makes me feel like I've got a cohesive outfit. I don't have weird off the wall, suddenly manly tennis shoes or whatever, And it's like I have girly shoes on my feet. And so, like I said, you can find euphoria in some of the strangest places. And it was something I really thought a ton about at the time. And there are some things that I've discovered that even amongst trans women, when they first start transitioning, they misunderstand. One of the things that happens when you start to hormonally transition is that your body reorganizes where it stores fat. They call it fat redistribution, but that can be very misleading to hear. So what happens is any new fat you build onto your body after you're on hormones will be deposited in different places than it would normally. It doesn't mean that the fat that you already have magically transforms and moves to a different part of your body, unfortunately. Though there have been more than a few people I know in the trans community who had that misconception initially. We had to talk about it a little bit. It's like, no, it's like as you build more fat, it will be distributed to places more like here, or on your hips and butt, and things like that, as opposed to around here and on your gut and things like that. And those things, it's interesting because that's a weird biological programming thing based on hormonal response. But that was one of the things that kind of surprised me slowly through everything, because I was just like, yeah, I know. I have like a bunch of stuff saved. Like, what I really need is a really nice pair of biker boots, but that one is a little harder for me to come by because of pricing, and most places that make women's biker boots don't make them up to the size of shoe that I wear. And that's slightly problematic. Also, I had something poking me in the foot, so. All right, I'm going to take a moment, and I'm going to stretch my legs and let everybody kind of hang out for a minute, and I'm going to steal Pietro away, and we're going to smoke a cigarette. But we will be continuing. I want to say that you guys are all awesome, and I want to thank you so much for hanging out so far. I suppose I will continue, and if you guys want to ask questions at any time, 150%, you are always welcome. Okay, holding on a moment, Uncle Lan, what's up? You say, hold on a moment. Okay. Oh, no worries. You're always welcome to swing by and talk. In my opinion, this is a personal thing. If you're ever on one of my streams and I'm talking about trans stuff, if you ever want to DM me on Discord, as long as the question is asked in good faith, even if it's worded poorly, I don't take that as a slight. It gives you A. I feel like, did you accidentally hit enter before you completed the thought? Okay. I mean, yeah, and of course, it's interesting to be able to kind of put things into that light and understand some of the both the struggles and the euphoric moments that go with that. But the general thing I've said, and I said this when I had my really long 6 hour, 5 hour trans Q&A with a bunch of my friends who are also trans on my stream months ago, which is now up on my YouTube channel, by the way. I said, when it comes to transitioning, there's no time limit for it. There's no age limit for it. I said, in this regard, there are no rules, only suggestions. There's no right or wrong way to transition. Whether you choose to take hormones, whether you choose to have surgeries, whether you choose to do nothing because whether it be personal safety, personal preference, personal security with your family, whatever. If in a way, it's like it's like a sexual orientation thing where ultimately who we are is who we are. We didn't pick this. I mean, there are so many arguments that were made back when the gay and lesbian community was becoming more and more open. And the argument was they were talking about, well, you could just choose to be straight, everything. And they said, no, you really can't. And if I could, I would. Why would I choose to be, the victim of bigotry and hatred all my life? Why would I choose that? And some people understand, that when a person is gay, it doesn't matter if they ever act on it. If they never act on it, it doesn't change what they are. It doesn't change that they're gay. It's the same with being transgender. If you never act on it, once you have that knowledge and understanding of yourself, it doesn't matter if you ever choose to do anything about it. You're still trans. I mean, I had my first inklings and understanding of that I was not that I was different when I was 4. I didn't know how to express it beyond my actions because I didn't have words or vocabulary for it. And of course, then that got it bullied out of me into the point of repression because of my parents and other kids. It didn't all go away though, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to look at it. I did get bullied a lot as a kid. But yes, no problem. Like I said, if you ever have any questions, any kind of questions, no matter what, you're welcome to ask me. You can shoot me a message in DM on Discord or anything, and I will answer to the best of my ability. I am not a monolith. I do not speak for the whole trans community, but I can speak to my own experiences and some of the general things that I have learned. But thank you, Uncle Man, for hanging out. And the rest of you, I'll be back in about 7 to 10 minutes. All right, everybody, I'm back. Sorry about the little wait there. But yes, I'm right here. And yep, so Wicked Witch decided she needed to pop off because it's almost 3 a.m. for her and she needed to go sleep. But welcome in all the new people that have popped in. Um, I just had to go look and see, make sure what's going on. But yeah, indeed, you see me. And for those of you who are just coming in now, this over my shoulder, of course, is Marshmallow, and she's hanging out with us while we're streaming and talking. Um, I was doing a bit of talking about my trans journey a little bit and how much things have just kind of continuously changed and surprised me since the start, which is one of those things that kind of just blows my mind occasionally because I don't spend a great deal of time just like pondering over it. Then I start kind of like a day or something will happen and it'll start me thinking about it. Things that I've noticed is when I'm in public, most of the time, some of the nicest people are like older men. I'm talking about like older, like in their 60s and 70s. Where I was very, very polite and very sweet with me. Like I had one day where I was standing in line getting some stuff, and we were kind of waiting in line for a hot minute. And this older gentleman was standing behind me, and I was wearing my Deadpool jacket. And then he started talking about Deadpool and what's that about. And he says, "Wasn't there a Clint Eastwood movie with that name?" So we started talking about the Dirty Harry series of films. And I was talking about some Clint Eastwood's newer performances or more recent. And one of the ones that I really enjoyed because I liked the movie and kind of even the message behind it, even though the character was kind of an asshole, was Gran Torino. And it's this great story about this man who has a bunch of preconceived notions and bigotry and racism built into him, who starts to grow and change because of an experience of getting to know this kid who was Latino, who had tried to steal the car. It's Gran Torino, and basically because the kid's mother was kind of like a stickler for respect and rules and everything, she basically farmed him off to Clint Eastwood's character and told him, have him work it off, and whatever. And it turned into this thing where they started being a little more social with the two of them. He would come in and sit and talk with the kid. And this movie's been out for a while, so I don't feel bad spoiling it for you. But at the end of the movie, basically, the old man's kids all come around after he passes for the reading of the will because everybody wants to know who gets the car. And as they're going through all this stuff, the lawyer's reading the will verbatim, which is pretty harsh wording-wise. He says, and as for, my prized possession, my car, the Gran Torino, he says, I give it to this person who is the kid who had tried to steal it, with the caveat that he didn't try and put like a rice can on the exhaust or put a fin out or anything stupid like that, and respect the car. And that was the only caveat in there. And of course, the kids were all like, "Who?" Because they never really spent any time with him or socialized with him. It was basically isolated, and it was this one kid who, through an act of basically juvenile idiocy, became friends with him and got him to open up and grow. And as harsh as the movie can be to watch sometimes, there are these wild moments, and the whole core of what happens and how the main character dies is he dies saving the kid. Basically, there's all the gangbanger stuff going on in the kid, and he basically goes in and saves the kid from this whole gang thing that basically puts target on his back. And they basically show up, and there's this whole thing, and he comes outside, and I'm trying to remember what he pulls out of his pocket because I don't think he actually pulls anything. I think he actually pulls his hand out and does this kind of thing. And the moment he does that, they all open fire thinking he pulled a gun, and it basically gets all of them. They shot down this unarmed veteran. So now they're all going to prison. But he saved the kid. And it's wild to me just kind of seeing that kind of movie because that's not sometimes it just takes one event at the right time to get them to open up and start to see the issues with how they view the world and how they view other people. And but this old man and I were talking about it. He'd never seen it, and I told him, I said, I absolutely 100% recommend it. I said, for its depiction of how this relationship forms in the movie and everything. I said it's 100% worth it to watch and just kind of see how things shift and change through the story. And I enjoyed the movie very much, and I convinced Kietra to watch it with me. She never really had an interest in it, and after we watched it, she wanted us to recommend it to her mother to watch because we weren't sure if her mom had seen it at the time. But it was an amazing movie, and it was one of those things where it's just like, okay, this is kind of awesome. This kind of storytelling is the kind of thing that can maybe get people to open up their eyes a little bit and examine their own prejudices. And I think there should be more media made like that. But this, like I said, the whole thing has to do with this gentleman in the store. And he thought it was amazing and it was great and everything. And he loved having that conversation with me. And on my way out, he said, "Thank you for the recommendation. I will definitely watch it." He says, "You have a good night. Be safe, sweetheart." And I was like, "Thank you. I will do my best." Um, you know, I mean, occasionally I still get stared at, but whatever. 90% of the time, my social encounters with strangers have been positive. And that's something that I don't know why I didn't originally expect that. I mean, understanding a bit that there is a lot of ostracization to, trans women, especially in, especially in the current political climate. I guess that was a part of my issue. I expected more of that than people just being nice and accepting and kind, even if they don't understand. So I guess that's part of one of those things where I was sitting here kind of going, huh, I never even thought about it that way. But then, it's one of those things where as I was growing through a lot of this and learning more about it, I was just really surprised with like the first person who really kind of touched me in a way with their words to me was this lady who used to work at the place across the street from me as a Walgreens that closed down. Her name was Karen, of all things. But she's, she and I first crossed paths well before my egg cracked. I'm talking like, late, late 2019. And after my egg cracked, and we started going back out and being able to go do things in public again with a bit more safety and whatnot. There was this one day where I was running around with one of my short little bobbwords on, and when I came up to the register, she was standing there, and she looked like she was trying to tamp down being emotional. And I thought something maybe was going on. I was like, "Hey, sweetie, what's going on?" And she says, "No, nothing like that." She said, "I just wanted to say," she says, "having known you and seen you all this time, and seeing the changes in your life and how you've become this person. So I wanted to tell you how beautiful I thought it was seeing you embrace who you are and just exist, like a normal person and just be seen and not hide myself away." And she was almost in tears telling me about this, and it almost made me cry. I got really kind of teary-eyed, misty-eyed when I came back home with telling Ketra about it. And it was one of those things where it was just like, wow. I never thought that just me being me in that space like that in public would have that impact on someone else. And, it just really surprised me, and I was not quite sure what to do with that initially. But truthfully, I feel like that is one of those things that you never know what people have going on in their lives when you interact with them and what an interaction with you is going to do for them. Whether it be a positive thing or a negative thing or whatever, you never know what's going to come of maybe even just a random encounter with a stranger. And so the best thing you can try and do is be kind. And I think that more and more of the older generations do recognize this, and that's one of those things. Not everybody, not all of them. I've had a few that kind of look at me like, but it's very rare that I get that reaction from the older generations. People that are closer to my age or a little younger sometimes can be a little weird too. People who are just a smidge older than me or right around my age can be really judgy. Um, One of the things, for example, like the complex I live in, pretty sure I'm the only transgender person that's in this complex, and that's hundreds of units. And most people are at least cordial with me. No, people don't just go out of their way to avoid me or anything like that. You know, so I thought it was kind of nice, to recognize that most of the time people are okay. There was one weird instance near the end of swimming season last year where Kitcher and I went to the secondary pool instead of the main pool because it was closed off because of something going on and they needed to clean the pool out. So we were at that pool and we were there, and there was this guy who came down with his kids, and they were playing in the water. We were playing in the water. We were conversating and having just a blast, all of us. And then this group comes in of about 5 or 6 people from one of the back parking areas and comes into the pool, starts to open the gate to come into the pool area, sees me, and one of them laughs and says something that I couldn't make out, and they all gather up all their stuff and leave. I was like, oh, good. I didn't want them around anyway if they're going to be bitches. You know? Um, I'm trying to see how this curl is on this side and see what because I think it curls like this, but this one keeps kind of wanting to fall down over the side of my face a little bit. And I'm trying to kind of make sure that it stays there. But yeah, it's like sometimes, especially women in that age range between like, I say maybe 32 to 45 can sometimes be very catty with me. I think personally it's because I look better in a bathing suit than they do. that's me being conceited. And maybe just a hint of narcissism. But in truth, I don't think that it needs to be this big disaster that everyone keeps kind of making it out to be. And of course, April Fools, people are out here doing other things right now because it was, don't believe everything you see on the internet day. Not that that should be a case to change that every other day. Just because you read it and see it doesn't mean that it's true. Be mindful of the source of the information. I'm sorry, there we go. I finally got the thing that was pestering me. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, I wear wigs, and one of the things that was interesting because with very minimal exception, I think I have like 1 or 2 slightly wavy curly wigs. All of my wigs were straight wigs, whether they were straight down to here, or all the way down to my ass. They were all just straight. Well, my natural hair is wavy, and I've been kind of waffling on whether or not to get a wig that was wavy haired. And I went ahead and I got this one because I had a $10 gift card on my thing for Amazon, and I decided to go ahead and spend $10 on this. The wig comes in, and it's lace front, which I had to trim up a little bit and get it nice and clean. It's very well manufactured. All of the wigs that I bought that fall under the $25 range, because I buy cheap wigs because sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of comical variety. Whether I can have it, whether I plan on wearing it out of the house or not, is irrelevant. Some of the most fun and best wigs I've had were me buying these cheapo, $10, $15, $20 wigs and just wearing them until I wore them out. But so I decided to take a chance on this one. This wig is incredibly well constructed because unlike the other wigs that I've bought in that $10 to $20, $25 range, well, the first thing that happens is you take the wig out and you shake it out to get it assorted, and hair falls everywhere. You got to brush it out to get it all situated to put on, and hair comes out all over the place. And then for like 3 days, you're just shedding hair. This wig Took it out of the box, shook it out, brushed it out with my hair pick and everything, hung it up, no shedding. Got ready to wear the wig about 2 or 3 days later. Had to sit down and trim up the lace and everything to get it sit to wear on my head and everything. Brush the whole thing out, no shedding. So far, I mean, aside from me snapping a couple of synthetic fibers and breaking the hair, does not really shed at all, which surprises the crap out of me. And one of the things is, despite it being a wavy wig and me walking out in the wind, it doesn't really get tangled. So that kind of surprised me a bit, but I'm kind of digging it. I may buy another one. I'm also kind of on the lookout for something kind of in this style in my natural hair color, which is kind of this somewhere between dishwater blonde and honey blonde. Though, because my hair has not seen the light of day in any real capacity in almost 2.5 years, right now all of my hair is very dark brown, very, very brunette. And once I'm in a better place, one of the things I was actually talking to Ketra about was I was looking into maybe looking at toppers, because adopt toppers and bangs or toppers and fronts, because the spots that I have the problem area is like the dome right up here and right along here. And if I could wind up with something with either a topper with a back and bangs, might be a better solution than buying whole ass wigs all the time. And it's also much easier to apply a topper than it is to fuss with putting in a wig all the time. And you can blend that in with your natural hair. So there's a lot of little things there, and these are things that so far, which kind of vibes? I'm curious if you're referring to the two things sitting on my desk to my left here. Because these actually shouldn't be on camera, but unless you know, you don't know. I opened those up because the vibes today have been pretty solid. I did a gaming stream earlier with my roommate and a couple of friends, and we had a blast in the April Fool's Overwatch game mode. But welcome on in, Fire, Blood, and Ice. That's a mouthful, but it's kind of a cool name. We did that, had dinner, and then took a little breather, and then we jumped into this and everything we've been talking about stuff. I did all the big political stuff I wanted to talk about way back at the beginning, so I'm just going to talk about. That's kind of how it goes. We kind of wind up with a nickname or a name that sticks with us that we make somewhere in that range, whether we mean it to or not. I actually went the opposite direction ultimately with what my name wound up being. Various is something that came from some goofy BS that I created when I was a teenager, but at the same time, it wasn't really meant to be a name. It didn't become my name until, I want to say, around 2000 or so. It became my online moniker. And, before that, I'm more closely aligned with a lot of my own religious upbringing. So my first two emails were Angelus and crazy_angel001. So I aligned myself with the idea of angels, but I was so obsessed with the concept of angels and vampires that with this entire collection of random ideas and conjuring of things that the idea of the corruption of the pure and stuff like that, ultimately I decided that I'm not that pure. I'm the corruptor. So I ended up adopting a new name, and that's been my name pretty much ever since. And I've made an interesting observation after my egg cracked and it came out. Because in Latin, the word veritas is the word for truth. And, yeah. I have not seen a Raffelmau in a long time. Thank you for that. So, yes. So, in Latin, the word for truth is veritas. And then in my case, my truth is without the T. That's okay. And then I found out the name meant that when I started all my name change stuff and figure out what my name was, The name that I wound up picking for myself as a trans woman. After I figured it out, and that was the name, I set all my stuff to that and started moving all my things around to set and everything. When I was able to put the money together, legally change my name, it's going to be this. But I didn't find out intentionally. I found out later that the two names together basically mean shining darkness. And I'm like, I'm okay with this. But yeah, so names are funny things. And when I had to explain to my dad everything about my name and everything, because my dad named me when I was born. And he named me after his deceased twin brother. And he named me that to honor him because he only lived for like 3 days. But so my dad struggled with a lot of this. My dad struggled with me coming out as trans. My dad struggled with me changing my name. And one of the things that I had told him was, I said, look, I said, here's the deal. I said, the name that you gave me when I was born was a gift that you bestowed upon me that I took as far as it could take me. I said, and just like any gift, when it no longer serves you, it's time to put it away. And I said, I'm sorry that you're hurt about it. I said, but that name no longer serves me. And it took a little while to kind of come to terms with that, because there were a few things that he talked about with the idea. And without it sounding too dark, he actually said to me that it kind of felt like his brother died twice, because his brother, he gave me that because his brother never got to grow up, he never got to get married, never got to have kids, whatever. And I pointed something out to my dad. I said, if you really think about it, because I did those things way before my egg cracked, grew up, married, had a kid, said, he did do all those things. All those things were based on just the nomenclature and the name choices that those things did occur. I said, but unfortunately, they can't continue. I said, he's had his time. Now it's mine. I said, now it's my turn to have my life. I grow up, because I'm going through second puberty, which is really obnoxious sometimes. Second puberty, or puberty in general at this point for me, is very similar in some ways to menopause, which Ketra and I have talked about. My body can't properly regulate its temperature, so sometimes I'm really freaking cold, sometimes I'm just like pouring sweat, sometimes I'm both things at the same time, and it's obnoxious. But it's time for me to grow up and get married. Not have any more kids of the human variety, though. Done with that. My kid is grown, married, happy. So, huzzah. But I am planning on getting married, and Ketra and I have been talking about it ever since I proposed. Well, since before I proposed to her. Which, even though she knew it was going to happen, I managed to do it at the perfect time to completely take her off guard, because she didn't actually know that it was going to happen when it happened, and it surprised her. And I'm like, then I did my job. Yes, now you're going to do it, aren't you? You're going to say the thing. So, right now, my kid and their family do not have kids, but Kietra's kids all have kids. So she's Grandma Kietra, and she is living for the day that one of them will call me Grandma too. So she is very much living for that day to happen. Shush you. So yeah, depending on who's going to stop first, we might be close to that zone of no more on your end, which means that we'll see what happens with my kiddo and their family. So that'll be interesting too. And the reason why I say they in that case is because my kid is non-binary. So when I came out and told them, "Hi, Shirazbi, it's been a while. How have you been?" Yeah, my kid is non-binary, and that was one of those things that went over super well when I came out to them when I first came out, because the first thing that they asked me was, "Who have you told? That way I don't out you to somebody that you don't want to know what's going on right now." So I told them. Um, and that's when we had first had the very first conversation about it and everything. Well, they had sort of done the they them thing, despite their mother not wanting to actually, because my ex wife does not get any of it at all. So she doesn't respect our kid. Dead names her, or dead names them. My brain just went derpy for a second because I'm talking about this. Dead names them and misgenders them constantly. And that's one of the things where when I spoke with them about this in more detail, the first thing I did was I actually changed their name in my messenger and contact list. And we talked a bit about it. And I said, because look, I said, it's like, yes, I gave this, looping back to the name giving thing, I named my kid when they were born. I picked up their name and I gave it to them. And when they came to me about wanting to just legally change their name, we talked a little bit about it. And I said, look, I said, I'll tell you what I told my dad. I said, when I named you, I gave you a name to identify you to the world. I said, and if that identification no longer fits, then I have no problem with you finding one that does. So, and so that's one of those like links between me and them that allows us to kind of understand one another, because in some ways we kind of relate in that aspect. No worries. I know how that can be. Being busy can really eat up a lot of time, whether it be for personal reasons or otherwise. I'm sorry, I forget what I heard. There's from a roommate opening the door. But it's a simple thing, and this is one of those things that oh, nice. Have you picked a major yet, or are you just still sorting yourself out through all of your refresher courses? But when it comes to things like this, and just acknowledging and respecting and listening to your kids, that's a big deal. And that's one of those things that's kind of linked back to something that Ketra and I were talking about before I started the stream tonight. Was one of the biggest things that happens with trans youth, and why the suicide rate is so high, is because they are basically stuck in environments where they're forced to push down who they are to the point where it becomes unbearable, and they feel like there's no out, and because of that they make bad decisions. I'm not going to call it a bad decision. When one makes that choice, it is basically the final step in a losing battle for them. And it's one act of control, the last act of control that a person can take. When they feel like they've got nothing else, that's it. So I don't really demonize the idea behind it. I mean, I believe that we need to have much better ways of dealing with mental health in much more responsible and serious way. That's kind of my thought on that. But it's easy to get lost in the idea of lumping all of that idea and responsibility on other people. Well, other people say, why would you do this to somebody else? Blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to talk about this for very long. I'm going to move away. It's one of those arguments that leads nowhere, goes nowhere, does nothing. When a person is trying to take that control, whether they've started to do a thing or if they have talked about it, going in and trying to express that would cause other people pain is not actually a helpful sentiment, because you're telling somebody who feels like they have no control that they shouldn't be able to control that too. Like I said, I'm not an advocate for all of it, but at the same time, I think people need to listen better. And but yeah, getting back into school is an amazing thing. Not something I'm going to do, but I have my reasons for that, and I thought about it for a while. I contemplated going back to college more than once. Um, but one of the things that started to shift and change was my personal career, and because of that, I realized that even part time, it would actually impact me detrimentally when it comes to the work that I do and the things that I have established myself as doing. And so I had to basically say, I'm not going to do it. I mean, that's not the choice everybody makes. That's not the choice that everyone has to make. That's the choice I made. Sometimes, do I think about it? It's like most of the stuff that if I want to learn, that's never me going to work. By the way, the whole thought process for me is most of the stuff that I'm interested in learning that helps me progress, whether it be learning programming or learning another language or learning to draw, learning how to mix and master music, audio, voiceover, whatever. Almost every one of those things I have learned to do on my own, self-taught. Like I speak English, I speak a fair bit of Spanish, a fair bit of Japanese, a little bit of Russian, a little bit of German, very little French, a tiny smidge of Greek, and ASL. And Spanish was a language I was obsessed with as a kid, so I didn't really learn a ton of new things when I took Spanish in high school. But my acting and working knowledge of Spanish comes from interacting with other people from either Spain or Mexico, which has been very helpful for me keeping in practice. There was actually a gentleman that used to work at the store across the street from Kitchener, and I lived in Tennessee, back east, who was from Morocco and spoke Spanish. And we would actually speak Spanish back and forth in the store. Usually it's about refreshing and being able to keep up, because if you don't use it, you lose it kind of thing. But yeah, most of the language that I know, whether I know them, I don't know them comprehensively, but I know enough that I can get by, or I can actually carry on a conversation. I'm self-taught. I went out of my way to learn these things on my own, to hunt down the resources on the internet or otherwise, so that I could actually learn things. As an artist, I'm entirely self-taught, and that's actually my primary career, is being an artist. And I learned how to program out of a random discussion in my one semester of college with another guy who is actually studying programming and computer programming and everything. And I taught myself how to program in C and C++. And then and that was another one of those things where it's like learning it like a language was what helped me actually understand it better. But I taught myself how to play guitar, and I fronted a band for 4 years, so that was kind of cool. And whether it be working in voiceover and stuff, that was one of those things where that was like a gateway for me to learning more about my own voice and voice manipulation, and being able to do impressions or being able to craft voices, so that so when you're voice acting and you go in to do something, you're not just leaning into the microphone and just using your own voice all the time. So, like, for example, one of the first things I ever got, that I ever voice acted in, that actually got a bit of traction in visual and views. I had auditioned for a thing back when there was this whole thing called the Voice Actors Alliance. It was a forum. It doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. But it was mostly people looking for to either have volunteer or hired voice work for either personal projects that were completely original or fanned up projects or whatever. And I just for a crap ton of stuff. I mean, so much. And this is where I learned how about mic quality and having to get better mics. One of the best mics I ever had for when I was starting out was this really dinky $10 Philips microphone that I bought from Walmart that I recorded my original voice demo with. I need to, and I learned more about my own like voice mixing and voice cleanup on my own after that. But what was funny about it was I would go in and I recorded an entire like 2-minute voice demo with this microphone. You got me a fair bit of traction. I did a lot of work for things, but the first thing that I got that made to a position where it was in front of the masses was this Halo Machinima thing that was being done for Machinima.com back when that was the thing before all the scam details and bullshit came out about that. There's this little clip, but 2-3 minutes long, called The Wheel, and I had sent in an audition for one of the characters, dialogue-wise. And it was funny. It was one of those things where learning about the limitations of my voice if I were just doing kind of this voice here, where I'm down here. Because my voice started out here before I started going through voice training. And so I did this little demo read of the line, and I sent it off to the guy. A couple of days later, he emails me back, and he says, "Can you do an old man voice?" And I'm like, I guess? I mean, are we talking like grumpy old man, whatever? So and he says, yeah, just like that. And so, okay. So I recorded this random little thing that I just like came up with on my own and sent it to him in this old man voice. It was, "Damn kid, get off my lawn. You're out there and playing with the street with the fast car. Play out there in the street with the fast car where the rest of your kids should go." And so I sent him this clip, and he emails me back and goes, "That's perfect." He says, "I'm going to send you the dialogue. It's like 2 lines, and once you do that, record those 2 lines and send it back to me." I'm like, "All right, cool." And the two lines were, it was 1 line. It was, "Get the fuck off my wheel," and that was the whole thing was a Machinima thing, and it was Halo 3, and it was called The Wheel. And the whole thing is there's these 2 characters that remind me very much of like Tucker and Church from RVB, arguing back and forth about the wheel. They're calling it a giant wheel of death, blah, 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 blah. And this female Spartan comes up, and she calls them pussies, and she goes and jumps on the wheel and immediately gets killed by a sniper shot. And it cuts over to this other character, and he's sitting there with the sniper rifle, and he cocks it back and goes, "Get the fuck off my wheel!" And that's the joke. That was the whole thing. I was the punchline to the whole thing. And then the credits roll, and what do I hear? This random-ass ad-libbed clip that I sent him as my audition for the old man plays through the credits. And it went up on Machinima, and Bungie actually linked and embedded it on their homepage. And that was like this ridiculously, holy shit, I made it in front of an audience thing. But I wound up doing a bunch of different other stuff through the course of that, and that's why I said, back then nobody knew that Machinima was like a scam for a lot of stuff. I did a ton of different things, but there was one of these things that was done with Call of Duty. And I actually voiced in total 4 different characters, 2 of whom interacted with each other constantly because they were part of the same squad. I voiced a character named Captain Chapman and a character named Private Pusey. Pause for dramatic and humorous effect. And the 2 characters, now, to be fair, Captain Chapman kind of sounded like this all the time. I kind of played him into my regular voice. Private Pusey was more whiny, squealy, grumpy, and he was kind of an idiot. And he always talked like this. "Well, you don't know what you're talking about." And you get the 2 of them playing together because there's actually a moment in one of those episodes where the 2 characters actually get into like a physical altercation with each other. And I had to record both characters tussling for like 30 seconds. So I had to record all of Captain Chapman's line and all of Private Pusey's lines, and then kind of make sure they all meshed timing wise with what's being said and the sounds they're making with the grunts and the oofs and all that. So there were so many things about that we did, and all that it was tons of fun. I enjoyed all that, and then I voiced like a random like Russian commando who spoke Russian. So he says, "Do svidaniya. Asietsuka, which is um, goodbye and bite my ass, bitch, in Russian. And the other character I voiced was the like main villain, who had this deep, booming voice that we added a lot of bass to by building up the EQ. And so I voiced these 4 different characters in this series. It was those 4. There was a character named Sergeant Justice, which is funny because I actually was in the military with a guy named Sergeant Justice. And he and I are actually still friends on Facebook. The voice actor who voiced Sergeant Justice in this whole thing with me. We had a blast. It was tons of fun. It was ridiculous, and it was silly, and it was almost juvenile at times, but it was actually a lot of fun. And that was one of those things where it was my first big kind of mental challenge on trying to voice multiple characters in the same production, kind of like how Billy West does, where you have to have these characters be distinct and unique from each other. And that way that they're, especially in an audio sense, when you're listening to an audio clip and then played against the visuals of the game capture machinima, that they're immediately distinguishable from one another. You know, that when you hear Captain Chapman's voice, that's Captain Chapman. When you hear, Private Pusey's voice, that's Private Pusey. Whatever. And I had such a blast doing it. But when I got into vocal training and voice coaching, one of the things that took me a while to learn was figuring out how to take the mechanical skills that I understood about manipulating my voice and crafting a voice for myself. And it turns out I have 3 basic voices that I cycle between, depending on circumstance and depending on just kind of where I'm at mood-wise. So most of the time, I'm kind of right in here. This is like my casual, comfortable area, which is still, it may not sound like a lot to me, because it didn't sound like, I didn't even realize this happened over the course of just like 1 year in voice training, that my voice had just kind of started to tune itself upward as far as in pitch and resonance. But between this and this, there's actually a substantial difference. This voice is typically reserved for either comedic effect or when someone misgenders me in public to my face. Which has happened. I was ordering food at a restaurant at the counter, and the lady listens to my order. I'm like, I would like this, this, and this. And then she goes, will that be anything else, sir? Now, I'm wearing a spaghetti strap tank top with a V-neck cut and a floor-length skirt. And I looked at her and I said, not a sir. If I were a sir, I would order like this. And she's just like, yes, he is. And if I had, and immediately after I did that, she's like, no, definitely ma'am. I was like, okay, thank you, Rain Man. But the first time that I ever did this, Kietra was with me. It was one of the first handful of dates that we went on after I came out. We went to IHOP, and it was, we were doing the late dinner thing, and we go in, and the IHOP's not super full. And we tend to prefer a booth, and we go in, and we go to sit at the booth, and everything is. We walk in, there's these 2 girls and this guy sitting at the booth that we're seated next to. And the guy's kind of being a dick, primarily directed at the server, who is also our server. And so, because our server is a guy named, whatever, it started with an A, and that's all I'm going to say about it. But he was not tall, maybe 5'5", 5'4". And the girls are getting pissy with the guy because he's over here like, well, what you want me to do is stand up on the table and you're like, hey, little guy, to get his attention or whatever. And they're just like, well, don't be an asshole or whatever. And so we're sitting here kind of slightly concerned this guy might start being a dick about me being seated right behind him. So we're kind of on guard a little bit. And then they start to get up and leave. And he's going to leave with them. And right then our server comes by and starts talking to us. And of course, the 3 of them go outside. And I'm sitting here talking to him for a minute, and we're getting ready to start processing order. But first, we're talking about we were concerned that he might turn around to be an asshole. He goes, to be fair, I was kind of concerned a little bit about that too. And then the guy comes back in, I'm guessing at the girl's insistence, and like palm hands him like a tip of cash, and runs back out. And it's at this moment that Pietra and I realize that this guy is no taller than our server. And so I was talking about the whole like, hey, little dude thing, and I said, here's the deal. If he'd have actually done that to you with us sitting here, I said, I would have gotten up out of my chair all 6'3" of me, and they're like, "Hey, little dude, we don't have a problem." Our server thought it was fucking great. He thought it was hilarious that that I was gonna. I would come to his defense like that, but I was just like, no, we don't play like that. That's not how we do. Someone's such to pull some stupid bullshit like that, and I'm right there. I will jump right up in it. So, like I said, that voice is typically reserved for things like that or comedic effect. I do have a couple of voices that operate in this range. I do like a radio DJ kind of Sunday guy, and I've done it so many times that Kitra and my roommate Mac have heard it so much that they're like, "You need some new material." And I'm going to keep talking like this for just a minute because I think it would be absolutely hilarious if new viewers came in to hear this voice. But it was this whole thing where, I'm just going to do with this one thing where it's like, "Come on down to Borden Coliseum and see Bigfoot. You can pay for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge." That voice. That's my favorite phrase to say with that voice now, too, actually, is that you can pay for the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge. But because I had that voice that I could do a decent impression of like 80s and early 90s Arnold Schwarzenegger. "That's right, hey, come on, I need to go. Get out." And those kind of things were always kind of fun. And I learned how to do an Arnold impersonation because of a guy I worked with who did a really bad one. And I got frustrated with it and decided I was going to learn how to do it better than him. But so we go through all of that and everything. I'm going through my vocal coaching and training, and of course, I understand a bit of the mechanics of how my voice works and how I can manipulate it to make other voices. We got those things in the low mid range, and then we've got things like "Hey guys," and suddenly we've got Shaggy, and being able. And it's usually weird for people that when I jump between things, like when I hit the voice and it's either I snap back to another voice, or if I walk it back to another voice where I'm gradually shifting as I'm talking, that messes with people too. But being able to do these different kind of voices, it was a trick of me learning how to craft a voice by manipulating the different elements of mine. So knowing what effects create different aspects, being able to raise my larynx to compress all of the space in here to create a smaller space so that my resonance is no longer here and here, there's more here and here, which is kind of neat because that leads me into this area here. And once I had this figured out, because it took me a little while to get all this together, and there's apparently something that I can do as far as muscle control that's a little different, and I'm not going to show it on camera because it's kind of awkward and weird and everything, but I did show it to my voice trainer, my SLP, because I opened my mouth and right behind my tonsils, everything, I can collapse the muscles back here inward like this, which also further constricts this space, giving less room for the noise to bounce around. And if you know anything about sound, the smaller the space, the higher the resonance. And being able to do that, it allows me to raise the resonance of my voice to here. So even if I'm talking in the same note, if I go being able to move my resonance back and forth, same note, different resonance placement, changes how the voice sounds. And once I figured out how to control all of this, I figured out that if I change the pitch along with it, suddenly we can get into different territories. So I can say, well, hi everyone, how are you? My name is Farias. Welcome on in. This is our Saturday evening stream. I hope you're having a great time listening and talking and maybe picking up a few things along the way. And so that voice is something that I tend to use at times when I'm in public, especially from the public by myself. I tend to be a little more lax when I'm with like Ketra and Mac when we're at a store or something, and I'm kind of right in here most of the time. But I have this kind of fun little flexibility. And the other cool thing that happened through all of my 2 years and change of voice training was my range increased from my lowest note to my highest note. I went from my lowest note being D2 and my highest note being D5, which is 3 octaves, by the way. to my lowest note being uh, just shy of B1, which is right in that deep range. And my highest note in falsetto is a C5, which is C5, C5, D5 right in there. I can actually still hit those notes. What's funny is like the D5, when I was testing the pitch of that and replicating it, it's fine. The C5 is weird because my mic won't pick it up. Like I can sing the C5 and have it register as a C5 on a scale, and my mic will not pick it up. And I'm like, it's inside the mic's pickup range as far as frequencies go, but it won't pick it up. So most of the stuff that I focus on with this voice and I stay around is anywhere between like my brain just went dumb. Like G3 is typically kind of where I sit around. No, I'm not doing that. Sorry about that. But being able to go through all of that is kind of entertaining. And so realizing that my range is expanded, my control of that range is expanded because I actually have two full octaves before I go falsetto, which is kind of neat because I used to struggle a bit with my higher notes and my higher tones. So now I sing kind of alto, mezzo, soprano as opposed to bass, baritone, bass. While I can still do both, it's irrelevant because I gravitate more to singing higher than I used to because I used to always drop to the lower notes for comfort reasons as far as like my voice and everything. But even before my voice changed at puberty, one of the things I fought was my voice change. My voice was starting to dip deeper as I started puberty, and I was trying to fight it so much. I was trying to sing high and keep my voice up high. And unfortunately, that just didn't really stick because of puberty and because testosterone actually thickens the vocal folds and lengthens the vocal tract, which causes your voice to get deeper. Oh, Jesus Christ. I have like 40 messages on Discord all of a sudden. I'm like, what's going on? But yeah, so, each aspect, each piece of this puzzle is a part of what's helped me become more confident and more comfortable with myself in public, even though I still sometimes hate my voice when I hear it played back when I'm talking like this. So that's part of the reason why I have that upper area here that I can kind of go into, which is not bad. I need to get better at thinking about and doing this when I'm streaming because this is kind of where I want my voice to wind up eventually and be my kind of like muscle memory, second nature. But also, I found that apparently if I do that in person when someone's talking to me, they get really weirded out by it because I will be typing and I will look at them and I will continue typing what I'm typing while they're talking to me. But yeah, apparently more than a few people that have seen me do that to them have found it a little bit disconcerting. I mean, yes, it does take time, and like I said, I have all the tools I need now at this point, and it's one of those things where I'm trying to think of the right way to word this because all of the tools that I have that I understand mechanically and how to work my voice and how to control my voice, I've managed to refine to the point where I can control them completely. I can do whatever I want with them. The only difference is remembering at times because, like, when I'm streaming and I'm playing a game and I'm in a game with like group team chat and I'm playing with a bunch of strangers, one of the things I found is if I'm up here talking like this, most people don't actually pay that much attention to me or they're trying to flirt with me. But if I'm making call-outs in the game, no one actually responds. So in games where I'm playing with a team, I still talk like this because they actually listen. Most of the time. And it's really kind of wild to me in a way to think about because how voice interpretation changes its application. You know what I mean? You say, in certain circumstances, you wind up in a position where you're like, hey, when I'm doing this thing in online gaming, the male voice tends to get more attention than the female voice. But when you're doing, like I'm out in public and people are actually able to see me, being able to lean more into the feminine actually helps a bit because it slows down the process of people misgendering me or trying to argue away the validity of my identity. And yes, dear, by the way, yes. We're going to take a second and go poke our noses back, and we're going to do another smoke break in just a moment. I'm just trying to get through these 8 bajillion messages there. All right, there we go. I just you throw all this BS because I did. It's like suddenly, like everyone and their brother wanted to get my attention on Discord, and I don't know why. But yeah, it's like anything when it comes to like learning a new skill, like learning how to draw. It's not something you suddenly just pick up and can do. You're not just a sudden master of it. Yes, dear. We're gonna go smoke, which is one of those things they tell you shouldn't do because it is not a positive impact on your voice. But I mean, at the same time, personally, I still enjoy being able to manipulate the way I sound to people because I even do. Oh, did you? Because I said I don't really have Discord in front of me. That was why I was like, yeah, yeah. So, but yeah, we'll go do that again. It's fine. We can go smoke again. So we actually had a test between me and a friend of mine, my friend Murph, and this girl. I'm trying to think of her name. It's been so long. Erica. I could picture her face, and we had this discussion about smoking and lung capacity. And of course, I'm the oldest of the group. We were talking. This was back. I think I was maybe. I was right in that 32, 33 age range, somewhere in there, I think. Right into my early 30s, and so maybe in my late 20s, early 30s. And then, of course, the other two were in their early 20s. Murph was 19. Erica was 18. Not quite early 20s. And we were talking about smoking and lung capacity. I said, okay, how about this? So we'll go outside. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. And then we're going to have a 3-way test. So we're standing there. And I said, okay, I finished my cigarette. I said, here's what we're going to do. I said, you're going to pick a comfortable note. Just, whatever. I said, and when I say go, you're going to sit and hold that note as steadily as possible for as long as possible. And we all get ready to go. 1, 2, 3, go. And we all hit our 3 notes. And we're sitting there and holding these notes as long as we can. And slowly, Murph peters off and drops out. Erica and I are sitting here, still holding and holding and holding. And then finally, Erica peters out. And I'm still holding my note. And I continue to hold my note for like another 20 seconds. And then I stop. And Kitty, that is Tippy, by the way. But yeah, so it was one of those things like here, even now, I've been smoking since I was 15. I'm 43. And when I do like pulse oxygenate check, my everything like that, my respiratory rate still sits at 98, 99%, which is pretty damn good. And it's one of those things where you don't think too much about it right away, and then it comes up and you're like, Yeah, someone will bring up the conversation. But yeah, I am working on quitting smoking, so is Ketra. I finally got my medication in to help me with that, which I will be starting back up on Monday, which is going to be great because less money we have to spend on something we don't really need. But you guys hang tight for about 10 minutes or so. Kendra and I are going to go smoke, and then I'll be back, and we'll kind of start to wind down a little bit. Well, well, no, it's exactly. But one of the things that actually really kind of hit me with the commitment to wanting to stop smoking was when I switched to estradiol injections. Cigarettes taste nasty now, like hardcore nasty. But there's still a habitual element of like this action and the hit and the sensation of like the hit that I'm trying to slowly break down and break off. But one of the things that helped that immensely was when I was on my Chantix. And unfortunately, I was actually out of my Chantix and I had no refills because I hadn't had a prescription in a while. And since I ran out, I had to rebook everything and get started back over so I could actually get back on it. But that'll make it a lot easier for me because I was down to like 2 to 3 cigarettes a day. And then as my prescription ran out and then a bunch of stuff happened with Ketra in the hospital, I started smoking a lot more again. But you guys hang tight. We'll be back with you in about 10 minutes or so. And I'll see you then. All right, everybody. Sorry about. I'm back. But yes, welcome on in, Godman X. Um, I'm sorry about the whole Facebook call. I didn't know if you realized that I was streaming or not. Sorry about that. And no, I haven't listened to the voice clip you sent me yet, or left a message, whatever it said. Because we were kind of doing this. But yes, welcome on in. Hi, Lethera. Oof, my hair is being obnoxious right around here, and I'm trying to pull it back some. So all of that was to say one of the things that I was just pointing out to me that I completely lost the plot, went on an ADHD tangent, was going back to school. Like I said, it's not for everyone, but absolutely more power to you. I hope you have a lot of luck in getting through your class, and I hope that you don't struggle too much with everything. It's kind of interesting overall thinking about just how much the stuff like this has changed for me from like when I was in college in 1998 to now, and all of the options for education being like remote learning and online courses and things like that has made in some ways college a bit more accessible for people who are working full-time, supporting a family, whatever. And I think that's absolutely amazing. And if you have the means and want to do that, go for it. If you want to go back to school full time, absolutely go for it. I realized that I just wandered way off on this massive tangent about my passion in learning things, and that somehow looped me into band and then voice acting and then music and voice training, and then I lost the plot for a minute. Me and my Mountain Dew. But so, one of the things that's been very interesting, because I've been streaming in some way, shape, or form for about 3 years now. I started on YouTube, and then I wound up over here on Twitch. And I had like this really kind of like intense streaming schedule for a while, where I was streaming 20 to 23 hours a week. And I was doing that so much that it was basically cutting out most of my time for anything else, whether it be having a social life, whether it be having time to actually work on artwork and things like that. And that was becoming very detrimental. And then I had my fall last year, and with the inflammation and extra issues that I was having with my shoulder, as well as some of the other problems I was having on top of that, it started this whole medical quest to find out what was actually going on with me. From what was causing me to have these moments where I would lose my balance or lose my ability to actually maintain muscle control over my legs and arms and stuff, and just collapse. And it's been kind of a slow burn, getting through all this. I've had an MRI of my brain. I've had an EEG done. I've had vestibular therapy, physical therapy for my shoulder. I've had so many different things that they've been working on, but we still haven't quite reached a diagnosis. But one of the things that we do know is, even though they haven't given me infrastructure because they're not actual seizures, but they're pretty close to what they would call pseudo seizures. And one of the things we had to eliminate was, of course, the vestibular aspect, which was peripheral vertigo, BPPV, which has to do with the vestibular tubes inside the skull, inside your ears, that determine balance based on this motion, and everything. So between that, coupled with your eustachian tubes, that's what controls your balance. So you can tell when you're upright. And one of the telltale signs of that happens is what's called nystagmus, which is basically where your eyes are struggling to find and focus. Where, like, when you're dizzy, your eyes will start to dart around to try and find a solid point, but because you're dizzy, even if you're stationary, your eyes are still trying to stop the spinning sensation. So I had like a whole battery of that done. I had an entire audiology exam for hearing-based balance issues and vestibular testing on my ears and my skull, which led to a whole other swath of hearing issues. Because one of the last things that they do after everything else that was done was they basically running water through your ear for 30 seconds. And they talk to you and test your cognition while this is happening. And if you're not aware of what that sensation does to you, it's the same as spinning rapidly for 30 seconds on either side. And it messes with your ability to actually focus. It messes with your eyes and your ability to actually fixate and lock onto a point and feel like you're stationary. It makes you feel very topsy-turvy. So it's 30 seconds in this ear and then 30 seconds in this ear. And they tested how long it took I was basically in a sensory enclosed headset so that I couldn't actually see. And they had a little sensor that was watching my eyes to determine how quickly the nystagmus would stop. And that's what led to the process of the MRI and then led to the process of the EEG, because the vestibular battery that they didn't show anything. My reactions were within the normal ranges, the way my eyes behaved with nystagmus and balance and everything. And it was so bizarre. But about 2 or 3 days after that vestibular exam on my ears, I started having ear issues. Tinnitus or tinnitus, depending on where you are from and pronounce the word, is absolutely obnoxious. And when I have my moments where I start to have those pseudo seizures, what happens? It's a progressive thing that happens in phases, where I start to lose my ability to hear, and it's replaced by a high-pitched ring. So I can't hear people talking around me. I can't hear anything going on around me. And then my vision starts to cloud over. And then so I lose the ability to see. And then I begin to lose muscle control and strength in my legs and my arms, and I will just collapse. And it happens within about a 3 to 5 second window. And it's just then. And most of the time, it actually erases like the last 30 seconds of my memory. Sometimes 30 seconds, sometimes up to 2 minutes. Where I don't know what I was doing. I don't remember what my thought process was of having a conversation. Everything is gone. And that's really unsettling, which was one of the reasons medically why I can't drive a car. I can't drive because if that were to happen while I was behind the wheel of a vehicle, goodness knows what would happen to the people on the road. But yeah, ever since that exam, one of the things that's constant now is this ear has a sensation of being filled with cotton or full. And instead of being able to cleanly hear what's going on around me, I can hear my breathing and my heart pounding. And it is so loud inside my skull that it drowns everything else out. And it's more constant in this ear than this one, but this one started to do it too, though not as often and not as severely. So it's gotten really weird and almost kind of a telling experience, because Kietra is half deaf, and I began to understand kind of what she was going through, because someone will start to talk to me on the side, and I have no idea what they're saying because I can't understand them. It sounds like going, I'm like, what? What did you say? Try that again. And I actually am supposed to get an ENT visit scheduled so that I can actually talk to a specialist to see if we can figure out what actually happened. Because this was not a problem I had before that exam. And if they are able to determine that it was caused by that exam, then that means that I might be able to fight the VA for some compensation, because they kind of fucked my hearing. So, I mean, that's a big portion of it. And, between that and trying to figure out the other causes of everything, like I can't walk a straight line at all. I mean, there's no way. Like, I'm trying to walk a straight line, and part of it is this weird adapted thing that I've done. So I do what my physical therapist called the model walk, where when I walk, my legs cross over each other. And it's one of those things that I actually started doing originally to combat the balance issue I was having, where I would start to weave or almost fall over. Yeah, that's very close to identical to what happened to Kietra, if she wants to share that or not. And that was like 2.5 weeks ago. There's a lot of history there, but it's not my story to tell. Um, all right, thank you. So when Kitra was younger, when she was a kid, she had a lot of ear problems, tubes in her ears, ear infections, all kinds of those things. And when she was 13, she had to have cholesteatoma mastoid surgery because there was a mass of tissue that had built up in her left ear and had basically created a pocket within the mastoid bone in the inner ear. So basically, the mastoid process is actually an entire bone structure inside your skull, and it's what the path that moves from the outer ear to the inner ear toward the eustachian tubes and into your core, where your brain interprets sound and vibration. And when cholesteatomas happen, they can actually build up tissue that will erode the bone and create pockets. So that tissue will grow in there, and some of that tissue might die off, and it will actually cause pain, balance disorders, a bunch of other things like that. So she had to have a surgery to remove the cholesteatoma, to basically move out, clean up the bone, and move out all of that tissue. But they left behind the pocket. But one of the things that happened was that cholesteatoma had basically eroded the three bones that make up the portion of the inner ear behind the eardrum that actually help interpret that sound vibration. So she's been half deaf almost her entire life. And so they went in, and we were in the emergency department for 32 hours total. We were in there for about 18 when they decided they were going to admit her, but we had to wait for there to be a bed available. But we went in at the recommendation of a doctor because she got an ear infection about a month and maybe 5-6 weeks ago, and it reached a point where she and I went to urgent care for her ear, and she saw the doctor there, and they immediately put her on antibiotics. So she started her antibiotics. She got about 2 or 3 days in, and the pain was not getting any better. It was actually getting worse. So we had one of her regular doctor's appointments with one of her specialists, and they were trying to talk to her. And I was outside waiting because they wouldn't let me just come in the room, which is fine. I don't care. I was just there. And then one of the nurses comes out to get me and brings me back there with her. And they did some shifty and crafty paperwork and scheduling to get her in with one of the attendings that was there as a provider, and over her ear pain, because she couldn't really do anything about anything else, with that being a standing high-end issue that was happening. So the specialist, the provider that they brought in, changed her onto a stronger antibiotic, and she took that for a full 10-day regimen, and then they refilled it when we saw her primary doctor. And so they refilled it, and then she got through the 5 days of that, and we were in there to see her doctor again, and they said, go to the emergency room. So we get to the emergency room, and I said, they go in, and because she talked to one of the nurses for triage and urgent care support before we went to urgent care the first time. But at this point, just doctor staying there, whether I don't remember if it's doctor, physician assistant, or her doctor's one of their med students or one of their assistants. But so off we go to the emergency room, and they bring her in, and they do a little bit of triage on her, but not much. And then we're sitting there for a hot minute before they take us back to the room. We were there for maybe, about an hour and a half, 2 hours before they were like, all right, we're going back to the back. And then they go in, and we got stuck in this room that had just really uncomfortable chairs for hours. But they told her they wanted to get a CT of her head to see kind of what was going on, to get a picture of what was happening. And so they take her for the CT, and they're bringing her back, and we're just sitting there. And then, we're both in like a crap ton of pain because she's in pain because of her ear and everything else, but not on top of that, very uncomfortable chairs. And I'm in pain now because I've been sitting in this very uncomfortable chair for all this time too. And finally, we're getting to night shift, and they're getting ready to close down that section of the ED for the night and move to like essential emergency stuff only. And they managed to move us to another place that actually had a bed, but somebody else was in the bed, so we were sharing the room with 2 other people. And so we're stuck in 2 more uncomfortable chairs for quite a while before the other 2 are basically released, and then we get moved over to that side. So she's actually got a bed to lay on. I've got kind of an uncomfy chair thing, whatever, but still yet, because we're still in the ED for the course of the next day. I leave at one point to go get food. I come back, and they said basically they wanted that night before all this, they wanted to get an MRI because they saw something on the CT, but they wanted a better picture of it, so she had to go do an MRI in the middle of the night. I'm skipping steps and putting them back in order here. And then so she managed to get a little bit of sleep in the chair, or in the bed. I get a little bit of sleep in the chair, get up, and off we go, because I got woken up by this team of 3 ENT surgeons that come in to talk to me and her about what their plan is. Because based on the MRI imaging results, they're like, we need to go in and do surgery. So after she's a little bit more awake, I'm a little bit more awake. I take a walk to get food, come back, give her some food. I sit and have my food and everything. And we're there till that evening in that room until about 10:30 p.m. And then finally have a room available. So they take us up to the room, and she gets this really nice comfy-ish bed. And I've got this really cute recliner chair thing that I can pop the foot up and move the whole chair all the way back, whatever. And so, with the exception of leaving on 2 different occasions specifically to come home and like shower and take a nap or whatever, I was pretty much at the hospital almost the entire time that she was. So they also said she was surgery. She would have surgery on Monday morning, and they put her on IV antibiotics, and they started trying to do a bit more in regards to like pain control and pain management for her. So she's actually was getting pain control and pain management from the hospital. And then so we didn't really hear anything from anybody for the rest, through the rest of Saturday and Sunday, other than that surgery is going to be on Monday at some point. At 7:30 in the morning Monday, they walk in and they're like, "Hey, we're ready to take you to pre-op." So they give her a bid and say, "Okay, go change." So she change out of what she's wearing and put on the gown and stuff they want her to wear to pre-op for surgery. And they roll her out, and I wake up just long enough to actually be able to throw on my hair and shoes and go with. So I sit with her while she's in op, and it says only be like a couple hours, and it wound up taking a bit more than that because the doctor called to let me know she was in recovery at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, think about that: 7:30 to roll into pre-op. She was in pre-op for about a half hour. So let's say 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. to close to 1 p.m. That's a lot more than 2 hours. But they got her. They let me know she's in recovery, but she's kind of out because of all the drugs and anesthesia and everything. So I kind of give her a bit of time to just kind of rest. I said I'll swing by there later. And I was doing a couple other things, got something to eat, went up to the room, was kind of chilling, and then I get a call from the doctor or the nurse to let me know that she's actually awake. And so I go in and I sit with her for a little bit before they get ready to take her back to the room. So I stayed with her in her slightly groggy and kind of anesthesia-addled brain and everything for a few while she was eating her ice chips. So we get back up there to the room, and they had her the head cup thing to protect the ear, and they actually were explaining what they did with the surgery. Now they explained the plan a little bit at the beginning, but they didn't really talk a whole lot about what was going on until pre-op. So they were going to go in. They were going to I can't remember what the word they used for it, but they were going to basically partially remove her ear, bring it forward, so they could get a clear access to the mastoid area of the inner ear. And then they were going to clean it up, remove any infection, infected tissue, blah, 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 blah. and they're going to do an abdominal graft to close off her ear, so that there's nothing inside, no eardrum, nothing else, but it's actually filled so that it's not going to actually be an issue with it needing to drain or things getting in it or anything like that, and that they were going to use part of that graft to actually close off the entryway into her ear canal in her ear. So all of this is no longer a hole. So they went through all of that, got her back into the room, and got her, running her pain control, all this stuff, and they said maybe be able to go home in a couple of days. So we were thinking Tuesday, Wednesday. We were thinking Wednesday-ish. And things seemed to go a lot smoother with everything at that point, as far as most things between the nurses and everything. Granted, it was kind of messed up because they had, this whole thing where we were having this issue with things being tiered. So we'd start to pass out or fall asleep around 2:30 in the morning or whatever, and then we'd have one person come in to give her pain meds, and they would leave. One person would come in to check her vitals, and they would leave about 15 minutes later, and another person would come in to draw blood for labs at about 15-20 minute intervals. So we'd start to drift back off sleep, be woken up again, and woken again. And this was a thing that kind of happened here and there throughout the rest of our stay. But Thursday, the regular physician they had there would come in and check on her a couple of times. But the ENT crew came in to actually have her take the cup off and actually examine how it was healing and how it was looking. And they started getting up all the discharge stuff on Thursday. And we were finally able to go home. Thursday, it's a late afternoon. And so she's been doing all of that. They got her on oral antibiotics and her pain control regimen. By the way, sweetie, I don't know if you did or not, but you can take your Menzies for that. And one of the things that we were talking about very briefly with one of the doctors, nurses that came in, I remember which one specifically because there were so many people in another room. The mass of what was happening in there that caused the infection was in that cholesteatoma pocket. There was a buildup of wax about the size of maybe a golf ball that was obstructing and obscuring the passage in the ear and was actually causing the infection to stay and not turn down because that earwax was just there. And with nowhere for it to escape from, because it was in that pocket, it was just going to be there. And goodness knows what, because that was what they actually saw on the CT and then saw on the MRI, because they weren't sure what it was, and they dropped a couple of scary words in there. But because she already had a history of cholesteatoma, that was the most likely culprit, was that it was either a recurrence of the cholesteatoma or something related to the cholesteatoma. In this case, it was the earwax that wouldn't drain out of her ear properly was filling up in that pocket. And that was what was causing the majority of her pain, which was pretty extreme, as well as a few other things. And so now, like, mostly we're dealing with what's the word here? Pain control here, but it's not like her pain from before where she had a gremlin living in her head constantly just like torturing her. Now it's just kind of like the healing pain of having had your skull cut into. But you're talking about the earwax thing and almost surgery. This was earwax that led to surgery, that led to a permanent solution, though. But she is now fully and completely deaf on her left side because there's nothing in there and there's no way for anything to get in there, not even sound. But one thing she's been expressing to me lately is that she's having this very interesting kind of phantom limb thing where even though there's nothing there to relay sound, she's been having occasional ringing tinnitus in this left ear. And I said, yeah, that's kind of phantom limb type of thing because there's nothing there to relay sound. It's basically the brain is just trying to figure it out. But so, take care of yourselves and keep an eye on stuff like that. But like I said, that is so closely related to what happened with her. I figured I would, with her permission, of course, share the story. And of course, we're like 2-ish weeks, 2.5 weeks out from that surgery and everything. So my phone is being done. I don't know why. Well, I mean, yeah, it is kind of so weird, I'm sure. Like, I don't have any situations like that specifically, of course, because I still have sort of the ability to hear in both ears. But all I could do is it was thinking about that. Oh yeah, she's expected to make a full recovery. The complete recovery time is about 12 weeks, give or take. We actually she and I are going to go see her doctor for a post surgery follow up this coming week. So he's going to basically check in and see how things are healing, how things are progressing, and all of that stuff, and maybe try and help her out with some more pain meds to keep her, maybe wean her down off of it as the healing continues. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, that was kind of scary because Kisha and I have been together for almost 10 years. And this is, she's had a couple of different surgeries since I've been with her. And this one was like the most scary, immediate, and severe. This was a little scary. But I will say this, the hospital had amazing food. But yeah, it definitely was one of those things where learning more about it has been helpful for both of us. No, it's ironic that they had really good food. Yeah, because that's typically not what I hear about most hospitals, is that they tend to have really, really yucky food. Yeah, the food and the staff were great. We had some amazing, amazing nurses and staff. They were so cool. And that's one of those things that she and I actually talked about. We actually got to have some really fun conversations with some of the staff, which was super awesome. I'm trying to think of what else here, because we had the majority of the nursing staff that we had were women. They were all very kind of interesting in each in their own unique way. And that last morning, we get woken up by probably one of the hottest nurses I've ever seen, and I think Ketra will agree with me. We were just like, "Hi," and he made a remark that I bit my tongue on, and then she and I talked about later. She was like, "Yeah, you're right. You were right in the same zone," because we were talking about issues with temperature control, because we could not get the room cool enough. And it was weird because it was like the thermostat was not behaving properly, and they couldn't figure out what was going on there. So like, and he said, because we were all talking about it and everything, and he says, well, he says, when you're hot like me, and of course he's meaning it in the context of like he runs hot and feels hot all the time as far as like temperature wise, but it's the way he said it. And I just kind of bit my tongue after he left. And I'm like, when he said, when you're hot like me, all I wanted to say was like, hell yeah, you are. But yes, he was hot. He was very attractive, and he was kind of funny. And actually, I snapped a picture of him at one point, just because. Chippy, buddy, what are you doing? But everybody in the hospital, because we actually had some like personal concerns, like with me being there, because she and I are not married yet and everything. Were they going to talk to me? Were they going to share information with me? Were they going to treat me with respect? But honestly, it was amazing because the entire staff never failed to see me as me. She would talk about me if I wasn't in the room, and then I'd come back, and then they come back in, and she'd be like, and this is Kira, I don't give a shit if you guys know my name. This is Kira, this is my fiance and everything. I had to think about it for a second, like, do I care? No, not really. It's a fun little link back that happens every once in a while. But everybody was amazing, and we were super stoked the whole time because everyone was so polite and respectful to me, and they saw me as a person, and they saw me as her person, and that I was perfectly safe to actually share information with. They put down, she put me down as her emergency contact. If anything goes wrong, if something happened, who did you talk to? You call me. Um, and everybody was so 100% on board with that. And one of the rules of the hospital is like visiting hours end at 10 p.m. But we found out that at the discretion of the nurse on call and with the nurses that are there, someone can stay, and they let me stay the entire time. Um, so it was one of those things where it was just like having that amount of like courtesy shown to me and her, kind of upped things in my opinion, despite some of the rough things that happened at the start. Um, and it was, well, I'm not going to say the whole experience was positive for obvious reasons. That was a positive part of the experience that was happening. So, um, the, it's little things like that that make me think about different things. Like one of the things that Kietra and I talked about before was biting the bullet and just doing kind of like a JP wedding to have it legally done, and then keep planning for our big actual wedding. Because motherfucker, you better believe I'm going to stand up in front of all of my family and friends in my dress and fucking say I do, or some variation thereof. But different things that tend to happen in different environments, you don't even think about it until you're in that situation, like that particular thing. How are they going to behave? Not only because she and I aren't married, how are they going to behave with me being there as her fiance and as a trans woman? How are they going to behave towards me? Because I did have a bad experience with a doctor. And technically, Ketra did too. The doctor that was there to see me after my fall, after my second ER visit, in 24 hours. He just didn't have time for anything that I had to say, and he was rude to her. And then after he made his initial walk-in and tried to ask me a couple of questions, and then decided to stop asking me questions, just ignore me. He ordered some X-rays, and then just left me in the room. I didn't see him again until he came in to tell me that they didn't really have an answer to what happened and why I was in so much pain and everything. Oh, it seems like residual, from the fall. Thanks for telling me you don't know anything else. This is sort of the whole quest, by the way, through the balance issues and trying to find an answer. It's like That's what I want. I want the information. I want to know what's actually wrong with me and what's happening as far as like my, these little pseudo seizures and stuff. And ultimately, he was just so dismissive of both me and Ketra that I was just like, I don't know if he is a misogynist or a transphobe or both, because that was just upsetting, and I don't even know. But yeah, it was like when we started this whole process, I didn't really think too much about it until we got into the ED, and then Ketra and I were talking, and it was like, yeah, how are they going to behave with me here? Are they going to actually share information with me to tell me how you're doing, tell me what's going on with you medically if you're not here, what's going to happen? But yeah, like I said, they were incredibly respectful. They treated me as her life partner and made sure that I was kept in the loop at all times, which was kind of nice. But little things like that, and then it's like when I go to a restaurant or when I go to a place where I want to shop for clothes or I want to, whatever. It's interesting to me to think about all this stuff because it's not something that's always in the forefront of my mind. Whichever the Vegas thing, the first time that I really felt like, holy crap, was when we were at this little place called Valiant Paris, which is in the Caesar's Palace kind of like spread they have, and it's like a fashion boutique kind of place. You know, they have the expensive gowns, evening gowns, and all that stuff. Oh, you just throwing your crown at me? What's up? So, um, so we go there and everything, and the whole reason we went over there because there's not a single thing in the store that Ketra, myself, or Alexa could afford. Was there was this dress in the front display window, Venetian? Oh, in the Venetian, yeah, that's where we're at. But yeah, it's a place called Valiant Paris, and there was a gown, a dress in the front window, and we were discussing what the price tag on that dress might be. So Lexa made her guess, I made my guess, and Kendra made hers, and we decided we were going to go find out. So we go over there asking, "Well, yes, thank you." I just thought it was kind of cheesy because you throw the little crowd. I suppose that's one way to interpret it. I wasn't really thinking about that, but thank you. Um, but so we get up there, and of course we ask, "This, I know, thank you." It's a little crazy at times, but I mean, what isn't nowadays? So we get in there, and of course we ask about the gown, what the price tag on it is, because we had a little kind of like three-way wager about what the value price tag on the dress was. And out of the three of us, Kietra was the closest within a few $100s of the price. And so we're all standing there, of course, you know, I'm wearing a red spaghetti strap V-cut tank top and a floor length skirt, um, and everything. And the lady that was working the sales floor that answered the question, so she's trying to drag me over to this rack because she wants to put me in this evening gown that's probably $1,500 to $2,000, and I'm just like, I'm flattered. There's no way in my life I can afford this dress, and you're going to make me cry. But it was one of those moments where I realized that she was treating me like a lady, and that she was going to try and stick me in one of those dresses that she thought would actually flatter me, and that I would fall in love with when she put me in it and want to buy it. Um, not without consequence ultimately, because Kietra's daughter actually wound up buying a dress from there for her anniversary. So we managed to get go in there, and there was not a missed opportunity ultimately. But it was one of those things where like little happenings like that. There's the little things like that started to kind of open my eyes a little bit to how other people perceive me. Now, the people who have their preconceived notions about weird right, conservative viewpoints on trans people being monsters or whatever flavor of that you want to roll with, they're going to have that notion when they see me because they had it previously. But in most circumstances, I've realized that most people that I've run into, like in Vegas or in here where I live, they don't have that preconceived notion. They just see people. They see me as a person, And while it doesn't sound like much of the idea of just being treated like a person, being treated like a woman actually leaves a mark on me when someone actually treats me that way, whether it be a stranger, particularly when it's a stranger. If a stranger does it, it leaves me with this like floaty feeling because I have my own moments throughout different days because not every day is I don't wake up and feel like, yay, I am a lady and feel that way all day. And sometimes I have ups and downs throughout the day where I might have something happen that makes me feel very dysphoric or frustrated or angry with my body or angry with myself. And it can negatively impact my mindset for a little while throughout the day. But honestly, like I said, there's little moments that happen like that, and my brain goes, and I feel really positive all of a sudden, and I'm ready to just kind of roll out and go face the world with a sword and an attitude. But it really surprised me the first time I felt that sensation, which was with this lady in Valiant Paris, and it just, like I said, it was one of those little things that as everything progressed through, I was not prepared for that trip to hit me the way that it did when I got home. And that was the core of it. Basically, was I didn't know that was going to hit me in that manner and make me feel so elated, a little melancholy over the trip being over, but feeling myself be me and be seen and recognized as that. So I try to recapture that feeling as often as I can. Um, but like I struggle a bit. Like one of the things that I talked to Kitra about recently because we had an entire song and dance that we did. When I first started putting on makeup and dressing femme and presenting female out of the house, I would do my best to make myself look pretty. Um, what about Feb? What about February? Remind me, baby, while she's working on reminding me. But yeah, like the first, like I would put on my makeup and everything, and I would do my best to. Oh yeah, we are going back to Vegas next year, and we are super excited about that. All of us that are going. Um, Now, like I said, this whole thing with sorting myself out and figuring out what I wanted to do and what I wanted to kind of be was sorting through my own emotions because I was putting on makeup and I was trying my best to look pretty, but I didn't always really feel pretty. It was not something that was going to just happen and appear overnight. But I remember the very first day that I felt pretty, and I got up and I was in the kitchen doing something, and I don't remember what it was, and it hit me, and I was just like, I feel pretty. I feel. What's the word I want here? Um, I felt feminine, I felt beautiful, and I felt pretty, and it was a sensation that hit me very quickly and just kind of filled me. And I was like, so that's what that feels like. And the first thing I did was I went and told her. Um, and like I said, this was early on, but it was a few months in, and it just was not something I wasn't sure I would ever feel. And then it hit me, and I felt it, and it was just amazing. And of course, the first thing I did was I went and I told her because it was just this big deal for me. And I've had a few of those when we were early on. These hard moments of doubt or moments of just euphoria, and being able to just sit down and share some of that with her in those early days was something that felt so amazing to me because I could try, even if I failed to express it properly in words, I could try and actually spit it out and explain it and try to explain what it meant to me when that moment happened. And I struggled a bit with some of the dysphoria things hitting me here and there. But one of the most intense, this was not an angry feeling at first. When I first came out, like I said, the first three people I told were Ketra, my roommate Mac, and my kid. And then I realized that there were some family members that I wanted to talk to first because I didn't want them to just find out about all of this on a social media post. So I called somebody I worked with, and then I called my dad. Because my dad, I've always been a daddy's girl. My dad has always been like my big supporter in most things. And so, he's always meant a lot to me. And I expected support. And what I got was, you're going to hell. And that discouraged me from talking to my mom. I decided to just kind of like stealth unfriend her on Facebook. And then I called my brother and sister, and I called my sister first. And she was super excited about learning all of this, and we talked for a little while. And then I called my brother, and he was amicable to the idea, but he wasn't quite sure how to take it at the time. And so then on the day that I came out officially, publicly and socially, I made this massive, massive Facebook post. And then a couple of days later, my mom text messages me and she says, "Did you unfriend me on Facebook?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She said, "Did you write this thing on Facebook? That is this for real or whatever?" Because apparently, I unfriended my mom. I didn't unfriend her mom, my grandmother, who read it and then turned to my mom and was like, did you see this?" And that's how I figured I unfriended her. But then, so she sat down in my grandma's chair and read the whole thing. And she asked if we could talk on the phone. And to my surprise, "Hi, welcome on NKR Strings. I know your name from somewhere, and I've been trying to figure out why I know it, by the way. Because I saw you followed me much earlier. But I was trying to figure out the whole thing, how to talk to my mom about it. And what surprised me ultimately was that my mother was incredibly supportive overall. And I just was not aware that she was going to be. She's not exactly, she doesn't get it. She doesn't understand. But just because she doesn't understand doesn't mean she can be supportive, because the one thing that she insists upon is that she wants me to be happy, whatever that means. And that's one of the more positive things I took from this. And of course, I didn't really expect anything from my mom. My mom has never supported me at anything I've done in my life. Not at all. And it just blew my mind. "Oh, we both know Joss. Okay. Lucky is awesome. I love her to death." But so I went through, talking to my mom for about an hour and a half and everything. And she basically reached the point. She's like, "You've always been different." And she goes, "If this is where that's ultimately led to, then okay. Just if you're happy, I'm happy for you. That's all I want for my kids for them to be happy." It's like, that's great, but she struggles a bit with the understanding aspect of things at times, which can be frustrating. So we go through all of this, and my mom is, decently supportive about all of it. She's pretty chill. And I struggle a bit with getting her to understand everything. But I was so mad about everything with my dad because I was grieving the loss of that relationship, because he would message me and dead name me and all this stuff like that. And he would do that periodically, and let me know he's praying for me. And he sent me a message on Thanksgiving of that year, and I didn't really know how to respond. And then, because he wanted to call me at one point later on, which was on my next birthday the following year. And we talked a little bit, but after about 10 minutes, he was just like, "All right, I gotta go." He had kind of reached his threshold for how much of it he could handle. And I was still angry about it. And I started kind of just ignoring him and being frustrated. And after Ketra's mom passed, I talked to him a little bit about that, but he was still in that mindset of, "I'll pray for you, you're going to hell, you're still my son, and I love you, son," blah, 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 blah. And then at some point in that gap there, right around, I want to say, right around Christmas time, New Year's, my dad sent me a message to let me know that he got divorced from my stepmom back in March of that year. And that kind of came as a shock to me, because they've been together since, I was 11 years old, 10 years old, somewhere in there. And they got divorced and everything. And around Easter of last year, I was thinking about it and thinking about my dad being alone on Easter. And I sent him a message. But before I get to this part of this conversation, I'm going to step you back for a second, because where I was going with part of this is Ketra and I started watching a show together, Pose, which I'm very sad they got canceled. It was a really amazing show. We've been watching it, which is a story about the LGBT ball scene back in the 80s, where, you had the queer communities get togethers and got to do what they were going to do. and express themselves. And it covers, there's queer people, gay people, trans people in the story. Um, and We got through the first season, which is, I mean, it had some heart tugging moments. And we get into the second season, and there's an episode where something tragic happens to one of the girls, one of the trans girls. And at the end of the whole thing, because her family, her parents, want nothing to do with her because she was their son and all this blah 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 blah. And they want nothing to do with her. They never did. They didn't get it. They didn't understand, and everything like that. And there's this moment there where her chosen family, all of the queer community that she was like rocky friends with, were all there for her funeral, and they had her dressed up, in her dress with her hair done up and earrings, nails, the whole 9 yards, honoring her for who she was. And her parents show up, her father and mother, and there's this kind of out of body third person moment that happens with both of them, with her mother first, where she's kind of there talking to her mother, so her mother's kind of slowly coming to understand that her kid had value, had made friends, built a family, and become somebody on her own. And when we get to the side where she's still talking to her dad, there's this whole thing where she, like I said, she's passed, but it's like her spirit is kind of interacting with them, and they're kind of like processing. And she says to him, when you went out and bought me the dollhouse when I was like 8 years old or whatever, and he said, I wanted my baby boy, and he stops himself and he said, I wanted my baby girl to be happy and have what she wanted. And as the episode wraps up and ends, the character looks over at me, and I'm sitting there, angry, crying. Like, tears running down my face. And I realized why. I was mad because I didn't get that with my dad. My dad was my biggest bully when I was a kid. And it was such a struggle. And it was at that moment when I had that I realized that I needed to talk to a therapist. I needed to talk to somebody to help me grieve the loss of this relationship and start to sort through what that means for me now. And it was rough. And I thought that, because I thought when everything first happened with my dad, I was like, okay, that stung. I lost my dad's support, whatever, and everything. But I thought, fuck, fuck him, I'm over it. And with that episode happening and me getting that, I realized I wasn't. That I was nowhere near over it. And so I went into therapy to help me grieve that relationship and figure out how to move on. Now back to the Easter thing. So that happened. I got into therapy, and I've been in therapy for about a year. And we rolled around to that Easter. And I thought about my dad, even though I had pretty much settled on the idea that relationship was over between me and him. I had a very hard time dealing with it, but I was reaching a point where I was at peace. But I wasn't taking any bullshit. But I knew that my dad was alone. I didn't really feel like it was a great idea for him to be alone on Easter. And so I sent him a message. It's the first time I'd really done that since, that whole you're going to hell thing. And so I sent him a message, and I said, Happy Easter. I wanted you to know that you are loved. Because it doesn't matter if I was mad at him. I still love my dad. I still do, and and everything, and I just don't know when that you're loved and everything. Happy Easter. And he messaged me back. Yeah, and so he messaged me back, and he told me Happy Easter, may God bless you, and then he asked me how I am, how are you doing, and maybe I overread into the question, but I was not in the mood to deal with any subtlety or BS. So I responded. I said, are you asking me because you actually want to know? Or are you hoping that I regret this path that I've set myself upon? And, I'm coming around to your way of thinking. So I kind of put him on the spot. And he responded, and he told me basically that he genuinely wanted to know, but at the same time he did kind of hope that I was coming to my senses or whatever. And I thought about it. And it was a quick process of thought, but it was one of those things where it's like he wants to talk to me in this, for a moment. Is there a way that I can actually get him? No, no, you're fine. You're fine, Tresby. I get it. I mean, I clown on people for writing fiction too, but at the same time, I understand that there are moments where it just hits you in the right way, and you're just like, it just hits you, and you're done. That's it. So I decided, I was like, okay. So I tried to explain this to my dad in a very simple process before, very, very easy, and I failed to understand how my explanation could be misconstrued because I actually wound up poorly explaining it to my best friend, who also had some issues with accepting that I was trans when I first told him. It was part of it was me lacking the proper vocabulary to express what I was trying to express at the beginning. So, all right, Godman X, I will answer that question. Give me just a moment. Let me get through this and everything. So I went through a lot of stuff in that fraction of a second where I was thinking about it, where I was like, how can I explain this to him with what I've figured out about how to explain it to people that know me or knew me before and get him to actually understand? So I said, okay. I said, look, I said, I'm going to talk to you about this. I said, I'm going to try and explain this to you as simply as I can, but I'm going to start at the very beginning. And I walked him through everything from me being 4 years old and knowing that I was different, but lacking the language and vocabulary to express it. So I expressed it through my actions. All of the humiliation and bullying and ridiculing that he did to me when I was a kid because of this, and all the things that went on through that. And I got him all the way through all of this up to the point to where I had that hard, internal conflict over whether or not I really was trans. And when the nail finally hit me in the coffin, I explained every ounce of this to him in detail, up to the point to where I remember being, that repressed memory of from the age of like 12 to like 14 and 15, I would cry myself to sleep at night, every night, praying to God that I would wake up as a girl, that he would turn me into a girl, and I would wake up and be a girl. And I would cry myself to sleep every night with this thought, because I believed in the whole idea of evangelical miracles and God, God will intervene, blah, 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 blah. And so I got through all of that with him. And I said, I went through all of this. I said, and every ounce of this has, been there from as far back as I can remember. And I said, the thing is, this was always me. I have always been this. I just finally have the courage and ability to strip away all of the armor that I built up, to defend myself against all of the ridicule, all of the bullying, all of the social bullshit that I had to put up with. And I said, and when I told my mom, she was immediately supportive and backed me up 100%. And I said, and I expected the least from her and the most from you. And he sat with that for about 10 minutes. And he said, you're right. He said, I have been so caught up in my feelings about all of this, I failed to even stop and consider yours and your perspective. And he says, and I need to change that. He says, not today, not right now. He says, because I've got you've given me a lot to think about. He says, but in a few days, he said, I'd like to do a video call with you so that we can catch up and so that I can see you, so that I can correct this mental image of you that I have in my head. And I said, okay. And he said, because I want to get to know my daughter a bit better. And then he said, I love you, Kira. And a couple of days later, it was like 2 or 3 days later, he actually messaged me and wanted to do the call. So we sat and talked for a couple hours. And the first thing he was telling me how pretty I was, how beautiful I looked. And I wasn't sure quite how to take it at first, other than thank you. And they was telling me how much I love my mother. And we went through the course of our conversation talking about everything, catching up on some stuff between the two of us. And at the end, he used to always end phone calls with me or whatever with me with 4 words: "I love you, son." It was like this impulse reflex. He would just say, "All right, love you, son. I'll talk to you later." And he would always say that. And he was getting ready to go do something, and I was getting ready to go do something, and we were talking about hop and everything. And he says, "All right, I love you, son." And he stopped himself short. And he says, "I'm sorry. I love you, daughter, and I'll talk to you later." And I'm like starting to get in that. There was the first time I had to correct his pronunciation because my dad had only ever seen my name in writing up to that point. So he tried to say my name and mispronounced it rather poorly, but I corrected him. But in that that conversation from a few days prior was the first time he used my name. He didn't call me by my dead name. He referred to me as son. And I fought with this a little bit because it struggled. Like, is this real? Is he actually trying to be better? Is he trying to learn to examine his prejudices and grow? And it was just, it was a lot, and it was something that I wasn't sure about. And then we started talking a bit regularly, and he would talk to me like he would talk to my sisters. He didn't talk to me using the same words and the same verbiage in the same way he would talk to my brothers. And that's when I realized that he was serious. He was trying to change and trying to see me as me. And I had like I said, we were at this point where I was ready to just like sever it all and be done. And so when I talked to my therapist the next time, apparently I very nearly made her cry when I was telling her about all of this. I talked to her about the whole messaging him on Easter and talking to him and everything, and then the video call and everything. And I sat there and I looked at her and I said, "I have my back." And it nearly sent her into tears. And I'm like, "Don't you start crying, I'll start crying again too. Don't do it." And I'm trying not to cry right now, just talking about this. And, it's been very interesting seeing him examine other prejudices he has, not just about transgenderism, but also about like racism and things like that, and seeing him re-examine those things and learn more about himself and grow. So it's been very, very kind of like weirdly wild and crazy to see, but also elating and rewarding to see him actually taking these steps to grow as a person. And it's like, if my dad, who grew up on a farm in BFE, Arkansas, as redneck as they come, can start to re-examine his prejudices and grow, anybody can. Because I grew up listening to, "It's okay, sweetie," listening to racist jokes. I grew up listening to homophobic jokes from my dad and people that he hung out with. I grew up listening to this. That was my environment as a kid, and I was guilty of making the same kinds of jokes because that was my environment, and I thought that was acceptable. But that's no excuse. Learning more about that and learning to examine my own prejudices helped me grow too. And being able to look at all of this myself and look at my dad and be like, "Hey, I'm able to have that person back in my life in a relationship in a way that matters," was something that just completely floored me, because I thought that was it. But that was going to be the last of it, because after that Easter conversation, depending how that Easter conversation went, I was done. And that was where I was at mentally and emotionally. I was just done. And it was like either he gets it and listens and learns, or that's it. And that was the well of emotional and mental energy I had for trying to open another family member's eyes. Because my youngest brother cannot accept my life or my lifestyle. And I couldn't even have a conversation with him about it. He would not have a conversation with me about it. He would not talk to me when I answered my phone calls. He would not message me back when I tried to message him on Facebook. And he relayed it through my dad, who came to tell me. He says, "Well, you're right. He can't." He says he can't accept it. I said, "Well," I said, "that's fine." I said, "I can't expend any more mental energy and emotional energy to open someone else's eyes." I said, "I spent all of it on you. I'm done doing it. Either he learns and researches and grows, or he doesn't. If he doesn't, I'm fine. It sucks, but I'm fine." And I told the same thing to my therapist too. It's like I did all of the things that I could do mentally to open my dad's eyes. Now my mom, like I said, she was supportive about the whole idea. If you're happy, I'm happy kind of thing. Cool. She just doesn't really get it. So there's certain topics I avoid with my mother. We just don't talk about it. But yeah, I mean, you never know what little thing is going to trigger something like that for a person. And that was one of those things where I was not prepared to have that emotion hit me the way it did at the end of that one episode of Pose. And it just, that's what set me on a path of trying to help heal myself and talk to someone who could help me process this emotionally. And don't ever besmirch mental health professionals or getting help in therapy, because it does have value and it can help you learn and heal and grow past trauma and deal with emotions that you struggle with expressing other ways. Like I still have my therapist, even though she and I are not actively having regular appointments. I still have her in my speed dial. If I need to have an appointment with her for any reason, I can I can shoot her a text message or I can give her a call and say I need to set up an appointment, and she will set up a schedule an appointment with me as soon as possible, and she'll sit down and we'll go over whatever's going on. And I think that's amazing. And I love that I have that accessibility to that, and I wish that more people did. Um, I realized I kind of got very somber here for a moment, and in truth, I don't think I could have made the journey the way I have if I didn't have the support system that I have. I don't know. So. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna thank a few people here from the start of everything. Ketra, first of all, you. I was so terrified when I came out. When I came to Ketra, I was trying to figure out how to tell her that I'm starting. I'm probably going to be a mess here in a second, so bear with me. I I was terrified that when I told her that she was going to leave me because I wasn't the man that she started dating, and she said something that meant the world to me at the time. Which she put one hand on my face, hand right here, and she said, "This is what I love. Just this is just the packaging. This is what I love. It's you that I fell in love with, not what you look like, not how you express that, not who you physically are, but who you are." And I struggled a lot with that because I was so terrified. I know. And my roommate, God bless him, can be something, but as odd as he can be, at least sometimes, I can construe him in a supportive light. He's been a venting thing for me occasionally, but he gets weird sometimes, and I try to distance myself from the weird part. Um, but like those there, and then I have one other person that I have to say something about because we've had a lot of ups and downs. We had a lot of struggles, and I know that it's not necessarily the greatest conversation that Kelly and I have here. Ketra and I have conversations about because sometimes it's incredibly stressful. But I want to thank Richie for being amazing. And the first time that he took my hand in public meant a lot to me. He wasn't ashamed or afraid to be seen with me, and treat me like, I was his girl. And that meant a lot to me too. And it still means a lot to me. Because I got put on this weird side quest because of a random stranger who followed me for about a half a block and then asked me if I had a boyfriend. And I said, no, I have a girlfriend. And he asked me for a light, which was like his weird like trade off for the answer, I suppose. And it put me in this weird and I even talked to my therapist about it. This headspace question was like, I don't have a boyfriend. Do I want one? And it started this whole mental winding road. And it was like, well, if I want a boyfriend, what do I want in a guy? And so this whole self discovery thing, and I had a few creepers and a few people that would. Well, I'm not out to my friends. Is this, that, or the other? So we would only. And like, I'm not anybody's secret. If I wanted to be a secret, I would have never socially transitioned. I wouldn't have come out public. So he said that first time that he took my hand and walked into a convenience store with me, it meant so much to me. Of course, I still have one of the very first pictures from the first dates Kietra and I went on. And I still have one of the first pictures that was taken with me and Richie and Kietra and everybody. We were all piled together because we were at Richie's house. And it's like I keep these things because they mean something to me. And so, like I try to be mindful of this whenever I can. When I do like the nicer kind of dinner things for like Kietra for her birthday or for stuff like that, I try to remember too because we get all dressed to the nines, whatever, and then we have this bad habit where we used to get all dressed up and we forget to take pictures, and so I always start taking pictures, things like that. But I keep all of them, and one of Kietra's favorite pictures, which she actually got, I will bring it down now and show you. This was my Valentine's Day gift from her. This was from our first Pride together. This is a picture of the two of us. It's one of her favorite pictures, and she's made it very well known to me that this is one of her favorite pictures of the two of us. And I realized that the reflection is not helping, so I'm going to slide it forward for a second. Yeah, we went to our very first Pride last year, and we decided to snap that picture and everything. And there were a few others that we took, but that's the one that she had as her wallpaper on her phone. Or not. Was it your wallpaper or was it one of the widgets? I don't remember. And Kietra is pansexual. I am trans pan ace, which is the pan ace is a really fucked up combination of things. But I keep all of these things. I keep all of my pictures with me in Kietra. Yeah, it was her wallpaper. Like every picture that I have of me and Kietra, even from before that, whatever, I still hold on to. There's a picture that I was cosplaying the Joker at a convention, and she was cosplaying Lady Penguin, and we have a picture of that. I have that picture. Not that my hair was the right color green in Nebula Nightmare. Trying to get the right green for the Joker's hair is a pain in the ass. Of course, now I lean more in the direction of you see my color scheme. I actually have two different cute pairs of Harley Quinn tights in the other room. One of them is black and white. The other one's black and red. I've actually done Harley Quinn style crisscross lipstick too, where I had like black on one side and then red on the other. And it was a lot of fun to do stuff like that, and I enjoy those things. I've definitely gotten more into the concept of cosplaying since I came out too, which has been kind of a thing that I don't know. Like I said, one of the things about being more in tune with my body and being willing to be seen has made me more open to the idea and more desirous of the idea to cosplay. That's why I have a few already, and I'm still working on doing more. I have several that I would like to do. One of them is I would really enjoy cosplaying like full proper diva, but one of the ones that's slightly more in my spectrum. But good God, is it going to be expensive to put together? So it's going to be a long-term project. Is Ash from the Deadlock Gang from Overwatch, because I absolutely want to just like rock the whole like straight hard cut, so white hair with the cowboy hat and the rifle and all that. And like I said, I've got a few things that I've got in there. I got some things that are not specifically cosplay. Like I've got a really cute cat suit that I got that it's kind of sinister looking a little bit because of the color scheme of it. Even though I'm not a huge fan of pink, I love this thing, and I would wear that, and I call that the Dark Diva look. Um, I've got a Tosaka cosplay. I've got a Rem cosplay from, with the maid dress from ReZero. Um, I have several different cat suits. I have a few different really cute bodysuits, and no, I realize. But getting through all of that, it's like there are a few things like I really would like to do a 2B cosplay. That's going to be a slow process, but I don't need the sword because I actually have an Odachi in the closet that I own. Um, it's just a matter of like I've got like 5 different versions of the 2B wig bookmarked, but it's so hard to find the the actual dress and things in a size that would fit me because I'm so fucking tall. Um, that was the adventure with the red maid dress because the first one I got actually was too small across this. It wouldn't actually zip in the back, so I had to go find and order another one that was able to actually that they had a larger size for. Um, but yeah, just every ounce of this, every step of this journey has been amazing, and there's so many things that I wish I could share more clearly and more concisely with people. And that's one of the other reasons why I want to get back to doing these just chatting streams and stuff, maybe once every week or once every 2 weeks, being able to sit down and talk about pieces of my journey and my experiences, because you never know. Oh yes, your mom would have absolutely adored making these for me because I remember when your mom told you that she was so excited when I came out because she would be able to actually sit down and make dresses and things for me. One of the things that struck me, because unfortunately, is it made me feel very sad that I never got to see her again face to face. Was she saw my photos as I started posting selfies on the regular on Facebook, and Kietra's mom told her, I know I was too, told her that she'd never. How did she word it about my expression? I'm trying to think of the way that you told me it because now my brain is like dipping out on me a little bit because she said something specific about the way I smiled. The joy reached my eyes. That was what it was. Because I mean, we lived and spent time with her mom several years, and we would go do things, whatever. And there's what, for example, talking about keeping pre and post pictures, whatever. There's actually a photo that Kietra keeps from way before my egg cracked of she and I, and it's from a particular thing, and she holds on to it specifically because of my expression. Because I'm standing there and I'm holding her arms and looking into her eyes and smiling, and that's one of the reasons why she's kept that photo. And she said, and basically she and I talked about it. And I told her absolutely keep it. I'm completely okay with that. Um, but she and I shared some interests. We talked a little bit. She actually borrowed one of my cinematic books because she used to be a film critic and everything. And it was this. It was a. I think it I think it was the horror and something book with cinematic stuff. Anyways, it had to do with cinema and movies and horror movies and stuff like that. What? Oh, I was like, okay, what does that sound? Oh, it's one of the cats being stupid. And not everything was trying to think of the word here. She wasn't always verbose with the things that she was thinking, but when she was thinking something important, she would tell it to you pretty straight. Um, and she's talking about all the pictures out of all the different things that she's seen in times that she'd see me in person. Seeing those pictures of me on Facebook was the first time she'd ever really seen me being actually happy, truly smiling, and it being genuine. And unfortunately, before I didn't get a chance to see her again in person before she passed. Um, but she knew I was happy. She knows that her daughter's happy. I mean, we get frustrated at times. That's a life thing, but we're happy. And moving forward, and things are scary, but at the same time, we soldier on. It just so much so many things have changed across even just the last few years, before and just after my egg cracked and I came out. Um, like I don't besmirch people their past and the things that have gone on before, because people have history, people have lives that happened before I came into them in any way capacity. And one of those things was like Ketra's ex-husband. Like he and I we weren't friends, but we didn't dislike one another either. Um, and when you love somebody, that love doesn't just vanish; it doesn't just go away. And not long after we moved here to Arizona, she got a phone call that her ex-husband had died, and she collapsed crying. And I just sat and I held her. I said, it doesn't matter who he was. He was someone who mattered to her, who was the father of her kids. And even though they got divorced years ago, he was still an important part of a huge chunk of her life. And, people like to get weird about that. And I realize I'm rolling into like relationship territory for a second. I'm gonna steer out of it again here in a second. But it's like I've dated people who are like, I don't want to hear about your exes. Yeah, yeah, there you go. No, I don't want to hear about your exes. Don't talk to me. The one thing that I don't like, and this is one thing that Ketra and I have talked about, don't compare me to your ex. And I won't, I don't, I try not to compare the people I date to my exes either. Because if you're dating someone new and you have trauma from somebody else, that's not this person's fault. That's not their, it's unfair to them to punish them for trauma that this person inflicted on you. And, people have a past, people have a history, people have, people in their lives that they cared about deeply at some point that they may not be in a relationship with anymore because that relationship has changed or diminished or evolved. And one of the first people that comes to mind is Sarah, by the way, Ketra, when I'm talking about this, and that has to do with me. And Ketra knows what I'm talking about. For the longest time, when Ketra and I first got together, one of the things I told her right from the get-go is Sarah is the closest thing I had ever really, because I don't really believe in the idea of soulmates, not exactly. I didn't at the time. I didn't aspire to that thought process. But Sarah was the closest thing that I ever considered as a soulmate. And I told Ketra that up front, that Sarah is an important person to me and in my life, and that she matters to me a great deal. But I wanted her to know about Sarah's existence up front. Even though Sarah and I are not together, Sarah is married and has a farm and has all her things with her husband and her kids. Sarah and I still love each other. Even to this day, we still do. But the depth of that relationship has changed over time. And I remember I kind of floored Kietra one day when I came in the room, and I said, "Hello, love of my life," and she just kind of like stared at me because I had never called her that before. I had never used those words, and she just kind of sat there. She's like, "You've never said that to me before," and I was like, "Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have said it sooner." But either way, you know, even my vocabulary and language actually has changed since when I first started transitioning, which was something that was weird. I didn't expect. Because like I had certain terms of endearment for Pietra before. And somehow, some way, somewhere in the middle of all of this, when I started transitioning, I assigned her different ones and started using them regularly. The one that started was baby doll, which I had never called her that before. I had never called her baby doll before I transitioned. And I started calling her that. I don't even know why. I just did. And that became the new kind of like cute little amorous nickname. And then it got shortened to Babe or Baby. But it was one of those things where it's like I didn't even realize that my vocabulary was changing on my own. It just, I don't know. It was just one of those things that I don't know. My brain kind of ticks around a little bit. In truth, everything happens and changes, and we keep growing no matter what. It is kind of wild and crazy and frustrating at times because we can't see the future. We can't anticipate every outcome. And for someone like me who has general anxiety disorder, that can be really irritating because I have general anxiety disorder. I have post-traumatic stress disorder from an ex who stalked me, showed up at my house at all hours, and I started actually having like panic PTSD responses walking into a certain department store because even illogically in another state or across the other side of the country because my brain was like on high alert, fight or flight, that this person, this ex, was going to walk around the corner and just be right in my face. And I need to take a breath for a second because my heart is pounding. Just talking about that. So it just all of that plus being ADHD and autistic, it can be a frustrating mess trying to deal with all of the different aspects of the emotional ups and downs that come along with it, and trying to express myself clearly because one of the things that Kendra will vouch for, I'm very bad at it. I'm very bad at sitting down and just talking about me and what's going on with me. Instead, I do this thing where I'm like, I will fix everyone else. And that's not always healthy. But I have this need for absolute clarity. I don't like making assumptions. I don't like maybes or possibly or what do you thinks. I hate those things. Because what I want is clear, defined, definite information so that I'm not speculating on anything when I'm asked to make a decision about something. And that's one of the most frustrating things for me because me trying to ask for clarity starts to make me sound like a bitch. It's, yes, we are all works in progress. The only thing we owe ourselves and everyone else around us is to try and be a better person tomorrow than we were today. That is I don't always succeed. That is my personal thing that I try. I want to be a better person today than I was yesterday. I don't always succeed, but I do always try. And it's really that simple to look at it from that perspective, to look at it even in just that short of a scope from one day to the next. That's how we start to kind of grow and learn and develop and everything like that. And is it, I don't always succeed, but I try. Um, some days I fall hard on my face badly. Um, I'm just brain. I realized I had my big emotional moments earlier, and I'm trying to wind back still because I'm still like kind of like itchy eyed, and I'm like I don't want to start just like crying for no reason. And that's something to do to me. Okay, all right, hold up. We're going to talk about that for half a second. One thing that never used to happen at all. I mean, pre-transition, I think there was one instance where Ketra actually saw me break down into tears, and it was out of anger between a really fucked up thing between me, Ketra, and my best friend. And I was angry about the situation that had kind of developed because he was staying with us with his fiance at the time and trying to help us out a bit. But at the same time, there was a lot of like backdoor communication happening, and no one was actually communicating clearly. And in the end, he got pissed and fed up because I was trying to address something that was a conversation that needed to be had because we were not hosting Thanksgiving that year. And his fiance sort of just invited herself and him along without him present. And, you know, since we weren't hosting, we didn't even know if that was going to be okay. So I brought it up to him to find out what was going on. And he got pissed because that I wasn't going to, we were going to invite him. I'm like, that's not, and he got mad and got into a huge fight and, insulted Kendra. And he got his stuff, grabbed his fiance, and they rolled out the door. And I was so pissed off. I sat there on the edge of the bed crying, mad that between the two of them, with everything that was going on, the way he was behaving, that he put me in a situation where he made me feel like I had to choose between my best friend and my girlfriend. And I felt that that was incredibly unfair. And I was mad that he even put me in a position to feel like that and decided, fuck that guy. And then I got mad because we've been friends for so long. And I was mad at him for not growing as a person alongside me, that I had outgrown him at that point. And I was so mad at all of these things that I was just like, fuck it. And I just cut him out of my life. I would still bring him up and be mad about it because I would bring something up and then that would make me think of him and then I'd be like, fuck that guy for making me feel that way. And yeah, so Kirsten wants to know if I can do a smoke break. I think we're going to do another smoke break and then we'll be back and we'll kind of start to wind down because it is getting kind of a little bit on the late side for she and I as well. It's almost 3 a.m. But yeah, it gives a few to go do that and then we'll be back and we'll start to wrap things up. And then for those of you who want to stick around, we'll figure out if we're going to go raid somewhere and see what we're going to raid. I'll try to make it somewhere more entertaining than me just sitting here talking about my emotional breakdowns and melting. We'll be right back. Okay, so the thing is about that, what we're talking about here in the comments is, or in the chat, I didn't really have a lot of emotional range before before I got on hormones. Most of the time, it was either I was, and you can when Ketra gets settled here for in a second. I was very logic based in almost everything I did. I was never really emotionally responsive to extremes at all. So like when her when her grandson was attacked by a dog and had to go to the hospital, she had to go and do her thing, and I'm like, okay, go do what you got to do. And then she told me she might have to stay at the hospital and everything. And I told her later, I said the first thought that popped in my head was, cool, I get more time with myself. And it's like, yeah, okay, the situation sucks, but I get more time alone to kind of just like do things and just be myself, whatever that was at the time. And so, it wasn't meant to be cold or anything, but that's where my brain was at. And like I said, my emotional peaks were very small. And it was one of the reasons why whenever there was a crisis or a panic thing or something was going on, I'd give her time to melt down, and then I would talk to her about it all in a logical sense. We would go over, have your meltdown, freak out, and then we're going to start figuring out what we need to do next. What's the next step is? What thing do we need to do to deal with what's happening? Um, and that was how I operated, and all of that goes back to an incident in 2003 in a near fatal car accident that I was in with two other people. And one of them was the person I was dating at the time, and she nearly died. And as I climbed out of the car and I saw the state of her, emotionally I dissociated and everything shut down except for absolute need to process and make decisions. So it was two motorcycles pull up, and I'm like, you have a phone, call 911, do this, do that, blah, 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 blah. And then I walk over and I'm holding my girlfriend at the time, who was unconscious and seizing with road rash from the top of her shoulder to the end of her wrist and had been scalped back against the chair so she didn't damage her body or neck flailing about the car. And I never switched back on. So everything kind of sat in this dull, static noise area, and every once in a while something would flip. But I didn't really know how to process any of that and examine it. Oh, okay, sorry. So I was talking about emotional peaks. When I was back in 2003, I was in a near fatal car accident with the girl I was dating at the time and her brother. And when I climbed out of the car, I went into like emotionless decision mode. And so I would, I saw the state of her road rash from shoulder all the way to wrist. She had been scalped. She was unconscious. She was seizing. Two motorcyclists pull up behind us. I'm like, do you have a cell phone? Call 911. And then it's like, you come over here, help me with this, blah, blah, blah. And so we're holding her, this girl that I've been dating for probably about 6 months or so, who is, in a hell of a state, against the seat so that she doesn't hurt herself or damage her neck or anything like that while she's seizing in the car, bleeding all over the place. And we hold her there like that until the paramedics get there. And they get there, and basically everything except for absolute survival and necessity had shut off, and it just never really came back on afterwards. And so that was kind of where I was at ever since afterwards. I was in this plane of just like static, and every once in a while there's a tiny blip of something, and then I didn't know what it was. I couldn't actually recognize what the emotional response I was having was, and I had to like stop and look back and try and process what the hell was that. And that was why whenever like something would happen, we would go into crisis mode with Ketra. I would, I would let her kind of like melt down, freak out, and then let her get it out. And when she was done freaking out, we would sit down and I would be, okay, so let's break this down, one problem at a time, work out the solutions that we needed and what we needed to plan for so that we could make sure we're taking care of what needs to be taken care of. And that was just how I was. That was how I operated. And it was so yeah, I was convinced that I was never going to be partner material. First of all, I was convinced I was a shitty boyfriend. Turns out that part was kind of true. um, lol. But the whole thing was is we struggled so much with sometimes I wouldn't really talk about some things because I didn't necessarily understand my own emotional reactions to them. So I would just like be like, okay, that didn't make any sense to me, whatever, move on. And that was kind of how I would behave. And so when I started hormones and started having like more noticeable emotional reactions, even if I couldn't understand them, my body was reacting in ways that I was not prepared for, like crying at certain things, or feeling like floaty filled chest about things, and I was like, this is, I don't recognize this, but this feels good, or this is new, and whatever. And so it became this interesting kind of exploration of things that I never really thought much about, because as a kid, the only real emotion that I associated with anything, because it was so constant, was anger, rage. And it led me to be put in anger management when I was like 14, 15 years old, because I picked my youngest brother up by his. Um, yeah, I'll get to that in a second. But I was like 14 years old, and my brother at the time, who was 11 years younger than me, was like 3 or 4 years old. I picked him up by his throat and slammed him into a wall because he was ignoring me. And of course, my parents get home, and he tells them, and I go into therapy um, and anger management, because my parents were like, "You need this," and I was not convinced I needed it, because I had a lot of pent up anger about a lot of different things to do with my mother, my father, my stepmother, the people around me in school. All of this, it would manifest in other ways too. Like, it would come out in my art, because I would be in like junior high and high school drawing this violent, gory, graphic artwork, and then I get pulled into the counselor's office. Are you okay? Yeah. I mean, because I killed classmates in artwork fairly frequently as a therapeutic measure, and apparently that was frowned upon, especially when someone actually saw what I was drawing. But that was pretty much the primary, element of anger, the emotion that I dealt with, because that was the only thing that I really felt all the time, was I was angry at the world. And but I didn't really hit my rebellious phase. I didn't really have one until I turned 18. And when I turned 18, it was this: I'm 18, I'm an adult, fuck you. And that didn't go over very well either. And so, having lost almost all recognition of other emotions after that accident in 2003, and only knowing anger as my most clear and long time recognizable response, I would try and stay away from it. If I started to feel it kind of welling up, I would back off. No, okay, I don't. That's one place I don't want to be. And so the first like big trigger of emotional response after I started HRT and everything was, I was at the store, and I'm standing in line to buy something, and one aisle, like 1 or 2 aisles over, there's this guy who's looking at me, and he turns and he's saying something under his breath to the person next to him, and they're both cackling. And I know they're talking about me and laughing at me. And I sucked it up, got home, dropped all the stuff I just got in the store, walked into the bedroom, and just laid on the bed and laid my head in Ketcher's lap and started crying. Because I didn't know how to react to that. I didn't know what to do about it. I was so upset and so hurt that I was a joke to these people. And it triggered more dysphoric response, and it triggered a lot of negative emotions about me and my journey early on in my transition. That, is this what I have to look forward to? Is this how people are going to see me? And it's like, it doesn't matter how far in my transition I go. One thing I've come to realize is that, for me specifically, but possibly more generally for other trans people, especially trans women, If you're in a corner, if somebody's in a corner and they're whispering, or if they happen to look at you and giggle or laugh, it doesn't matter what they're talking about. In my head, you're talking about me and you're laughing at me, and it doesn't go away. But it's a struggle. It's something that I don't encounter a lot. Yeah, Kitcher was ready to just like straight up go kick some ass and whatever. But learning more about me and learning more about who I am and what kind of person I am. Especially after like I said, the Vegas trip did so many random things that I did not expect for me that it changed like my entire outlook on who I was and who I was going to be in the world. Because I deserve to take up space. I deserve to be seen and heard. And most of all, I don't need to make myself smaller to make other people feel better about themselves. And that was one of those things that I had to kind of figure out on my own. And once I did, that was like case closed. Here we are. Now, I still have my moments sometimes that hit me really hard where I will just be a mess. And I've had a couple of those, which Catcher can attest to, where I was not fit to function in society for a while. I know I had a couple of nights where I was like crying for like 3 to 4 hours straight, where I was just a mess because I was having really bad dysphoria, or I was really just mad at my body for not being cis female. And strange things like that would just make me just lose my shit and melt down completely. And like even through the course of my journey, what my goals were at the beginning have become more malleable. Because like when I first started transitioning, I knew I was going to go on hormones, but I was fairly certain I didn't want to bother with any surgeries. Didn't really care. I was like, I don't want top surgery. I don't want bottom surgery. Just whatever. It's like I've had some of this stuff for so long. I don't know what I'd do without it. I'll keep it. It's fine. And then after like 1 or 2 bad days, and me being frustrated and not sure what to, suddenly I start to realize that maybe I'm not so committed to that idea as I thought I was. Maybe so I went from an absolute no to a maybe, and that's where I'm at basically still to this day. Is I'm still kind of in that maybe territory. Maybe yeah, maybe no. I don't know yet, but I'm not in a hurry to make that decision either. And so it's always great when I'm like streaming like streams like this, and like the weird trolls come in. Because one of the greatest things that happened on the stream was like a guy came in, and that's all I can assume is it's a guy based on the question. So he rolls up in here and he's like, "So, do you have a dick?" And I'm like, "Why do you want to know?" And of course, I did. I like leaned into the camera. I was like, "Why do you want to know?" And at that point, he left the chat. I'm like, "It's nice when the trash takes itself out, you know." But after one of my Rovember, it was a Rovember thing we were talking about when I was streaming about that, where I just thank you, Shraz, where I decided I was done trying to be cute or witty with trolls and assholes. I was like, you walk in, you get one message of troll bullshit, you get one warning, and then you're gone. Or in some cases, you walk in with that troll bullshit and you're just gone. I don't even waste time on it anymore. It's like all it takes me is one click to ban somebody. And get them off my channel, which is funny because that's kind of how I worded it when I was figuring out my Facebook. Because when I started my social transition, one of the questions I had was, should I keep my old Facebook or should I make a new one? And my roommate made a really good point. He says, you've had this Facebook account for how long? It was like 12 years. At this point now, present day, much longer, because my Facebook account goes back to the year Facebook went public live. 2009. And he says, this is your Facebook account. It's your space. It's been your space for this period of time. Why let them run you out of your space? So that was something I put in there when I wrote my coming out post on Facebook, because I wrote it out and I sent it out, and at that time my Facebook was set to friends only. So it went to everybody on my friends list, which was a lot of family members and a lot of friends from across the years that I picked up along the way. And it broke everything down. I told the entire story of my history and how I came to the realization that I was trans, going from 4 years old all the way up to the repressed memories from my teenage years to having them all flood back on me in the middle of COVID. Because I'm a COVID baby, trans baby. And one of the last things I said was, this is who I am. Here's my name, and I put my full name, first, middle, last. I said I'm a trans woman, and if you don't like it, you can get off my page. And that was one of those things where, like I said, being a trans woman on the internet is interesting because you have like a few different, like you've got the fetish factor. So in some aspects, being a trans woman is a bit of a novelty. So people will come in and be like, I have a thing for like this thing or that thing, and then it gets you attention. There's the bigots and transphobes. And then there's the third group, which are actual allies and or other people in the community. And it's very interesting dealing with each aspect of that, because you have to kind of meter your responses in the case of trolls and fetishizers. Like there's a portion of the idea of fetishization that works toward me in a marketability aspect. Sure, okay, it's like I get that, but at the same time, that also brings in the trolls. So the more public I am on the internet about me and who I am and my story and my history and being a trans woman on the internet, those two things kind of trickle in. I've been raided by 4chan, or they attempted to raid me through 4chan and then gave up after only 2 people got through and everybody else got banned, which was kind of funny. And then they decided they were going to try and raid somebody else, and it was a mess. But it was like, whatever. I did make the joke that, hey, 4chan tried to raid my Twitch channel. So does that mean I made it? I've had a few of the fetishizers pop in here and there. One of them actually made a comment in chat, and I had Ketra run it through the translator. And I realized it didn't make a whole lot of sense in the context of of Google Translate, because Google Translate doesn't necessarily pick up on context. But it basically was like, that lady has branch. And I'm like, yeah, I know what that meant. And so I kind of laughed about that. But then it's like, in truth, though, anybody who comes in here, and even if they are bad about how they're trying to ask things, because I've dealt with people who are bad about trying to ask questions, where they're trying to get to a point to understand a thing, but they're not sure how best to ask, so they start giving you like the most either blunt or random ways to get the question out. And I believe that if a person asks a question in good faith and wants to be educated or wants to actually know, I'll answer it, even if it's poorly worded. But when someone comes in and after just a short bit you realize that they're just trolling you, I don't have time to waste on that. And so I stopped bothering with trying to be witty or cute. I just like, they walk in and I'm like, yeah, bam, bye bye. It's it's just a wrist movement for me. And I had to do that a couple of times. And then like during my November thing, I had some issues with trolls popping in pretty heavily, and had to have Google Translate up for some of it, because there was a lot of other stuff. And there was a few that would roll in, and they would see this right there, and they were like, "Oh no, hell no, not she, her." More like he, him, an ugly bitch, whatever. And I'm like, I don't even got time for you. Fuck off, get out, and ban them. And I don't remember. There was one that I actually did say something witty about right as I pressed the button. I don't remember what exactly it was, but it had to do with what they said. It's like, no, they were like, nah, dog, you're a man. I said, nah, dog, you're banned. And I just did the button and they were gone. And it was so funny because that was the closest thing to wit I wanted to express on that. So I was just like, I'm done with this. Bye-bye. Goodbye. And so for a little while after the whole Roe versus Wade thing and getting very heated because I did 2 days of 6-hour streams about that, of the overturning of Roe v. Wade and abortion and abortion rights. And I was heated through quite a bit of it, where people were asking dumb questions or giving me weird hypotheticals, which I was able to basically answer straight up each time, within the bounds of both the United States Code, its definitions, and federal law. And I was explaining this, and I got to the point where I was repeating myself so much, I was getting so mad about it that I was getting pissed off, and just kind of yelling at people through the internet. I'm like, you know what that means? It's like yelling into the void, and then the void yells something stupid back. But there were quite a few people who came in who actually were genuinely interested in hearing my opinion on all of it, based on my own intellectual understanding of things, as well as my understanding and knowledge when it comes to different aspects of the U.S. code and law, things like that. And how would you define this thing or that thing? And so went through a bunch of that, and there were quite a few people who actually were able to take some of the information that I was sharing with them and reevaluate their opinions. I thought that was kind of interesting because I didn't really expect that. I figured I was just going to be spending a lot of time ranting. I mean, there was a lot of that too, to be fair. Opened a few minds, because it's not my job to change somebody's mind. That's not my job. In fact, you really can't just change somebody's mind. They have to do that on their own. When it comes to arguments, opinions, and debates, the only thing that I can do is provide information, whether it be in the form of fact or opinion, and let them decide on their own what they choose to do with that information. It's funny because it's kind of the same concept that they arguably apply with Christianity. It's not your job to, but then you got the more radical ideas of Christianity, where they're like, go out and convert people. It's like, first of all, based on what the Bible says, if you aspire to the Bible, we don't, Christians don't convert people. I was going to say we. I'm not a Christian anymore. Christians don't convert people. They speak the word in the Spirit, not compels the heart of the person they're talking to. Basically, this whole weird ass thing like that. But it's like the whole idea is, when it comes to any kind of debate, I'm not here to argue semantics. I'm not going to sit here and fight back and forth on stupid opinionated elements. I'm going to talk about, if I'm asked, I will talk about what I believe, and I will frame it in that this is what I believe, my personal stance. I will talk about my opinion about that, and if there is a factual basis for me to add to it, whether it be legal code or information based on science, I will tack that in there as well. Because the whole concept there is for me to provide them with information and my interpretation of that information. Not to interpret it for someone else, but to let them take all of that I give them and re-examine and make up their own mind what they want to do with that. And then, of course, when I do streams like this, I mean, we talk about a little bit of politics stuff. I don't want to, the Roe of everything. That was a massive conversation piece, because that was a specific element of political action that I focused on for 2 days. But normally, I don't want to spend 8 hours or going over a specific political thing. I will talk a little bit about what's going on. I'll talk about my opinion on how that impacts not just the trans community and myself, but sometimes how it impacts other individuals, because it's not just about me or just about one of us. It's about all of us. And when it comes to the idea of the originalists on the Supreme Court and their belief that the Constitution is set in stone, or those who believe that there is some room for interpretation. It's so weird to get into those arguments with people when they start trying to tell you A, B, C, or D. And that's why I got so heated over the whole overturning of Roe v. Wade, was because it was the first time the Supreme Court had gone back and re-examined a ruling from a prior court and then decided that it was made erroneously and overturned it. And that's why it was such a big deal, because it's such a devil's trap, where basically you've now opened Pandora's box and presented everyone with the option that you could go back at any time to any Supreme Court decision from prior courts and re-examine them and decide that they are not appropriate and they were erroneous and overturn them. That's dangerous. And of course, that was one of the big things. But the main thing that most people remember, if you're talking about abortion rights, and I would spend a great deal of time talking about the legal definition of a person. And even if there wasn't one codified, because there is actually one codified in the United States Code for the purposes of human beings, individuals, because corporate personhood is also a thing. But there is a distinction in the United States Code for the definition of a person as a human being and a person as a corporation. And the definition of a person is a human being who, being born either through cesarean section, natural birth, or through survival of an abortion, like if they remove from the mother, or or host sounds so impersonal. I don't like using that term. The uterine haver. That's a little better, I suppose. And yeah. But it's like you get into that, and the whole thing is that's what the code says, is having basically been born either through abortion and born alive. That's one of the things I talk about, born alive, and able to be sustaining, having a pulse, being able to draw breath. Then it is a person. But it has to be severed umbilicus. It has to be separated and outside the body of the uterine having individual. And that's in the United States Code. That is the definition of a person. It has to be severed through the umbilicus outside of the body of the mother or uterine haver who has carried this child. And it has to survive, have a heartbeat, and have breath. It has to take a breath. At that point, it is legally a person and afforded all rights and protections of the Constitution of the United States. I'm not going to go and belabor this point because I did a crap ton of this, and I did a crap ton of research over the course of that entire 2 days. That way I could actually speak on it intelligently. But yeah. But that was the whole thing. It's like people are about, life begins at this. Whether it's like even the Bible, if you're going to argue about it, every time it talks about life beginning, it talks about life beginning in first breath. And the two exemptions are with John the Baptist and Jesus. And that's important to keep in mind, is that when things that are notable happen because they are against the norm, they're mentioned in the Bible. And that was the two things. John the Baptist slept in the womb because of the movement of the Holy Spirit. Jesus was the Son of God and also moved about in Mary's womb. But those two things were specifically noted in the Bible. No other individual born that is mentioned in the Bible is given such attribution. And one of the other things I brought up in the course of all that was like the Torah and the Talmud, because when you get into the idea of making laws based on religion, then you got to pick which religion. Which religion are you going to make laws based around? Specific. Be specific. Because each flavor of a religion has different views, different opinions, and different interpretations of the Word of God. So be very mindful. And that's the whole thing, is like ultimately that's the problem that's going to happen if they keep trying to push it that direction in the end. If it keeps trying to push, because they're dissolving the separation of church and state. This is as far as I'm going with this political rant, I promise. If they continue to just try and dissolve that separation of church and state, and they start making laws based on a religion or a religious belief, they have to define where that religious belief comes from as specifically as possible, so it cannot be loosely or grossly misinterpreted. Because you have so many different flavors of Christianity that believe very different things depending on which parts of the Bible you're talking about. If you go further back to like the Jewish religion, Jewish faith, you have the Torah and the Talmud, which also state that life begins at first breath. And in any case in which the child has not yet been born, that is a priority for the life of the mother. And that's something that's actually come up now. Since they overturned Roe v. Wade, there have been Jewish communities and synagogues and sects that have gone out of their way to make that point, that their religion specifically states that the life of the mother is the priority in all cases in which the child is not been born and is in distress, whether it be for any reason, that they have to, because up until the point that the child takes a breath, the child is not a person, and the child does not have a soul. Because there's a whole thing about that, and I'm gonna lay this out a little bit further for anybody who doesn't know. So in the Torah and the Talmud, one of the things they talk about is this thing called the Guf. Now, the Guf is where all souls yet to be born exist. It's basically like a pocket dimension, we'll call it that. And different souls shine at different brightnesses. And when a baby takes its first breath, an angel takes a soul from the Guf and transplants it into that baby. Up until that point, that baby does not have a soul and is not considered a person in the eyes of the Jewish faith. So, yeah. Like I said, there was a lot of research done for that 2 days of rant and discussion. Anyway, so we started with some politics. We're ending with some politics and everything. I'm going to take a peek here and see who's doing what, and we're going to see if we can raid over into someone who's being a little more, perhaps a little more lighthearted than I am at the moment. Actually, I have an idea where we're going to go. I'm not certain how long she's been streaming or how long she's going to continue to stream, but I have a friend of mine. Are you okay, Kiara? Are you okay? I realize that is a delicate type topic. I wasn't quite sure what to make of the tears. I'm going to mute my music for a second for you guys because I need to actually hear what she says. Alright, I know where we're going to go here. Alright, so my friend Chrysanthemum is streaming and she's super cool. But I figured we'd go over there. She's playing Words on stream and she's playing a couple other things. And she does public domain movie showings and some other fun stuff like that on her stream. She's very cool. Thank you. I mean, I do my best, and I realized that I did get into some really heavy stuff for a short bit, but you know, I'm trying to think of the right word for this, but it's like every person's journey is unique, but not without obstacles. But yeah, my friend Chris is streaming right now, and like she does a lot of different stuff. I'm not exactly certain what she's playing at the moment. I'm looking at it. But I think you guys will get a kick out of her. She is super cool. Let me make sure I spell her name right here for the raid. Alright, there we go. So, here we go. Yeah, this is my friend Chrysanthemum, and she is very chill. And I think you guys will get a kick out of her. She does, like I said, she does public domain movie nights. She does a bunch of different things. She said she's going to be going for maybe another hour or so. Yeah, she's so much fun, and I think you guys are going to kick out of her. Hop on by, give her a follow, pop a subscription if you're game for that or whatever. But yeah, she is so cool. She actually sent me a whole thing of like sadist sound effects from the 1960s, and I thought it was so awesome. And then we had like to go back and forth about like the Masks and Tango and a bunch of like that more risque kind of music from the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And it was so much fun. It was great. But I want to thank you all for hanging out and bearing with me, even listening to political rants, listening to me have my little almost breakdowns here and there. And I want to do more of just kind of the hanging out and chatting things. Like I said, either once or twice a week. But I think it's going to be awesome across the board for everybody to be able to have some time to hear about some of my stuff. Maybe ask me questions, talk about their own experiences. But until then, I want to say that I will see you guys on Monday. Don't forget 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It will be myself, Mac, and our crew with Paladins gameplay. And I will see you guys next time. Bye bye.